This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company as we get ready for another huge day in European cricket. It'll be short, but it'll be sweet for one of these three teams still in contention with finals day about to get underway with the qualifier. 2 versus 3, the winner to play Sonseca Sultans in the final later on. So we've got Madrid United Espales winning the toss, electing to bowl. So Costa del Sol to open up. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me and Rico really getting excited for what should be a beautiful day here in Granada and an exciting one.
It is a beautiful day. We're going to see two sensational matches, starting with this one. Who is going to go on and play Sonseca Sultans in the final? It's going to be exciting. We are in Spain. We're in Granada. And in Spain, it's a very special day today.
Yes,
it is Dia del Padre. So, Feliz Dia del Padre, which basically is Father's Day in Spain. So, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
And what better treat maybe than to watch Finals Day here. Father's Day.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, Father's Day is very important. It's nice that they're acknowledged
Definitely is. I mean, my daughter sent me a lovely message this morning, so I always call my doodle bug. You know, I always carry around with me the doodle bug that Sonia presented me many years ago. So, Sonia, my doodle bug, happy Father's Day to you, and thank you for your blessing.
And you know what the best present is for Father's Day? And we do. That's changes. We'll take you through those for Madrid United Espales firstly. I've noted 5 changes from the team we saw last time out. I'm particularly interested. Rizwan Abbas has come in. First time I've seen him played in United last week. In Madrid, Iqbal as well. Captain as well, Mohamed Ashraf.
Right.
Down the to be here as Taswa Azam and Hasnat Rasul. So, look, it's going to be a pretty interesting game. Costa del Sol, I'm not feeling they would have batted first anyway. Akila Ratnaika is out there to open up. And I want to welcome you watching from a slight delay. We wanted to go. Manav retains his spot at the top of the order as well. He's not back to start. And it looks like we are almost ready to go. So this could be Iqbal, who is going to get us going. But yeah, hello to everyone in the chat as well. Make sure that you jump into the chat. In cricket now, almost ready. Hey, battle and roll. It's final day.
Where are you going to be runs? The deck, but just helped on its way. Cuatro carreras. These two teams, of course, Vinny, did meet yesterday on 2 occasions. And it was the Costa del Sol that got victories, won both. They chased the 103 with 15 balls to go. And then when they put on 163, they restricted the Hispalis to 127. And Manav Naik was one of the key players. Oh, that one might be a wide. It is a wide. Well, certainly getting a bit of pace in this delivery. It's a little bit spicy, a little bit of masala there in that one. He's certainly fires that one in. So this is Wasim Iqbal who has the ball. Yeah,
interesting.
Iqbal.
Yeah, going from first up. Yeah, and maybe half a chance first ball as well. Goes short again this time, but it's dealt with. Ratnaika will get the maximum for this. Maximo! First one of the day here in Granada.
Shaba, boom, shakalakia. As Iqbal goes short again, and this time just below the shoulder. Was danger of being a no ball, but put away beautifully by Akila.
They've gone for Wahid Akhtar behind the stumps as well, and He's a very accomplished keeper, but all week it's been Adhikari in that position. But Wahid, the doctor, pulls rank and says, no, I'll do it. But that first one, you just wonder, could he have got the gloves a little bit higher and maybe would have had a royal duck to start the day?
That's beautifully played again. Up and over the infield, hitting to all parts of the ground at the moment is Akila Ratnanaika. Yeah, we're talking about those matches yesterday. Man of Night, 44 and 82, very much in form. Also saw a good performance there from Talim. He scored some runs as well. With his Palace, they will be relying a lot on Wahid Akhtar. He scored 31 and 51 yesterday. And then, of course, somebody like Krishna Adhikari is going to be pretty key for them.
Yeah, just maybe a bit predictable with the short stuff at the moment. He does have good pace, though, Iqbal. We know that. Okay, he's in, making his first appearance. Of course, and with Madrid United, I think you can't say enough good things about them. The sacrifices they've made, they weren't expected to play here. Obviously, they have topped up the Espala side and basically become the Espala side.
That make sure this tournament goes ahead. So well done, Nitifak.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with Rico.
Played away easily. Again, too short. Short and wide this time. There's a chase for the fielder. Gets a foot on it, but not before the ball has gone over the boundary. Kafi cheers get the Pachoka Lagia. Cuatro más. What a start this is for the Costa del Sol boys.
Cuatro carreras. Slower ball there. Change of pace from Iqbal. They've gambled on Iqbal coming in cold basically first up. He's gone for 19, has bowled with fire. Bowled a couple of decent balls, but he's gone for runs. Last ball the first. Can he get it back?
No, he goes down the leg side this time. I think that's being called a wide by the umpire. Let's just wait and see. A wide ball.
Could have been 5 as well, but the doctor did well to get down to his left and basically saved 3 runs. But this over has gone magical now.
21 off it. And, yeah, it was a bit of gamble, really. You went for the, was it Iqbal to bowl the first over, and it's not paid off. Now, first time we're going to have a look at Man of Night, and wasn't he in sensational form? Not just yesterday, but in this tournament so far. Get set to face his first delivery. And he's going to get this in the gap through the sort of catching, I would say catching second slip that got in place, and it's gone through him and where the short third is. 4 more runs. What an expensive over. What an explosive start. It's final stay here in Granada, and we're going to start with a magical over. 25 off the first.
Yeah, late changes, Robot. Just throwing him into the chat. So Ranasamy is late out of the lineup, so Talim Chowdhury, who played really well yesterday, is in. And for MUH, Ajay Jaiswal was originally listed as the sub. He is in. Antrix Kanwar is out of the lineup, the left-hander. So we're doing our best, obviously, to keep up to date with the 11s. And, of course, well done to everyone behind the scenes. Should mention, we are just bringing these games to you for your viewing pleasure. So bear that in mind. We're trying to give you all the info as soon as we can and as accurate as we can. But thanks also for your patience. Probably have a few more late changes because it's so early in the new season than we'd normally have. Okay, here we go. Rizwan Abbas is here, and he doesn't bowl.
Well, it's a ghost delivery. Hey, that probably leads me on to what an International Day has been celebrated today, and it's National Laughter Day. Well, he's given us something to laugh about first thing this morning. Remember, laughter boosts your mood, relieves stress, strengthens relationships. So don't forget to spread some joy of laughter today. In comes Rizwan. Maybe this time he will let go of it. He does, and it's nicely played away, but this time a field changed. One of the fielders that is allowed to be pushed out is now in that backward point position, and they've also got long off back at the moment. Yeah,
well, I don't think Madrid United Espalas are laughing after that first over. 25 coming off it from Abbas. But Wasim Iqbal, I should say, not Wasim Abbas. Also a very good player, one that we've seen banging hundreds in Barcelona. Hey, I I've had plenty of good laughs in the commentary box for various reasons. I'm just trying to think of times that I've lost it. And there's probably one that sticks out. It's actually kind of related to this part of the country. This is in the air. Should be a simple catch. And he dropped it. Oh, Rico, I can't believe my eyes.
Gee.
Well, maybe he was laughing, had a tear in the eye there, because I cannot believe that's gone down. And really, it should have been the end of Manav Naik, who once again gets dropped super early in the innings.
Saqib Al Hassan. Well, there's no excuse for this. It was a dolly. I'm telling you, it was a dolly. Now he's being moved. The ball is going to follow him. You just see the two fielders cross over. He's gone from the offside where he dropped that point now to square leg. I bet you the ball's going to follow him.
Yeah,
oh, you're
probably.
right. They got nothing to laugh about, Vinny.
Well, now they're going to basically replace him with another offside fielder. Well, it reminds me of Lovepreet Singh from Janjua Brescia, who in one innings dropped 5 catches in 5 different positions. And they just, every time they moved him, it would go to him again. Now, surely, won't be twice in a row. Should be gone. Oh!
Hey! Jalebi delight on this occasion. What a catch. That is Taswa Azam. I believe he's held on to the jalebi. Adeklo mundi. Oh, swere jalebi milgi.
Well, I mean, sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're not lucky. Manav was dropped a proper Class A goober. And in that one, it was just a lurching attempted Statue of Liberty play as he went back. The Grizzly stuck in his hand. Rathnayako started well, but he's fresh out of luck. What a piece of cricket to start finals day in Granada. Costa del Sol, 27 for 1.
Incredible catch taken. He got himself out of position, you know, Vinny, and then in the end he stuck the hand out. And well, after he's eating the jalebis, मैं तो कहता हूँ ना जलेबियाँ खाया करो, हाथ चिप कर देना, ball फर हो जाती है. So well done there to Taswar Azam, who treats us with some jalebi delight on finals day.
Oh, I'm crazy. One hand up, ball sticks, new batter out there. And it looks like the late in Talim Chowdhury.
In comes the bowler again, Abbas. Well, he's changed his mind once again.
Isn't that cricket, though? Easiest of easy catches dropped and an extremely hard one sticks.
That's hit well. And over the short, mid-on, lovely shot. Hits it on the up. Good batting in the power play. All right, they have lost that wicket, but they're still off to a flyer, and they've got plenty of good players.
Yeah, Rathore, it is actually at number 3. Got done by the frame, but Rathore is back. A few questions about whether he would be in the lineup. Obviously, he is. Batting first drop here. Henschel, another in for Costa del Sol. No, they would have wondered, do they gamble with him at the top? They would have been tempted. Former ECS MVP. I decided to bat him in the middle order.
Not good from the fielder. I think his teammates shouting catch should have made him commit to a catch that probably wasn't going to be taken, but he's got himself out of position. And worst case scenario is, as a result of that, the ball's gone to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, Dylan Henschel in the team, Emma Henschel in the chat, watching from the UK. Hi, Emma. Good to see you, as always. Got Ravi Teja. Hello, Mitubai, also known as Rico's first Instagram follower ever.
A nice slow delivery to finish the over there from Rizwan. 12 runs will come from it. There was a couple of chances. Now, the big one for me is how many will Manav going to score? Because he has been in sensational form, but dropped by a dolly there by Saqib on 4.
Dropped first ball of the day that he faced yesterday. Went on to hit 40-odd and then hit 82. Had a really good day with the bat. This time, probably an even easier catch. And when he got dropped actually first ball yesterday, it was dropped about 4 times on the one ball. It was a proper juggle gone wrong.
Yeah.
You would have sworn it would have been caught. Hey, so talking about one of my biggest laughs, probably the dog story, which I don't know if you remember that. Some of our regular viewers will know the dog story from Cartmore Oval, where someone, let's not mention them, but let's call them David Cooper, got bitten by a dog, the only dog he allowed on the property ever. Normally, dog's not allowed. Apparently, he was the best fielder in the world. It was meant to do this fielding exhibition at the Cartmore Oval, and let's just say that didn't go to plan either. But anyway, time for a slight change of pace now, and it will be Kashif Rana to bowl.
Yeah, good start. Good areas. Outside the off. So we're going to miss this time from Rathore. No change in the field, or is there been? Actually, there has been. They've got 2 men straight now.
Makes sense.
Good delivery.
Because you've got slightly less pace on the ball. You probably don't need the backfielders back, seeing we are still in the power play. So they've got a long on, long off. He's kind of got a field that says he should be bowling pretty straight.
Oh, cleverly bowled, a slower delivery. And a bit of a miscue this time from Rathore. Gets Manav back on strike. Hey, you're talking about dogs. Let's mention Wolfie, who's kind of the clubhouse dog here in Granada. What a lovely dog. And he knows the game. He never goes onto the field of play, just mingles between the spectators. Manav looking to play the slog sweep, doesn't get it right. Good length being bowled here by Kashif. I'm liking this.
Well, they've got a Wolfie. We've got a Wolfie. I mean, Mars, part of our mini blue crew here, he's known as Wolfie. Maybe you can explain after this ball why that's his nickname.
Should field it. Does field it. Well, Marzi, first thing got to say about Marzi, let's give him a round of applause. Whoa, 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 Marzi, because he cooked us a wonderful curry last night.
Outstanding. And I knew if we spent enough time with Mars, we'd find something he's good at.
Wait, none of that. White ball down the leg side. No,
he's so busy on the phone, he's scoring, he still had time to turn around and give me the evils there.
It is National Laughter Day. Well, Marzi would know that when we had the tournament in Portugal, we stayed at a place that was surrounded by wildlife. There was a wildlife park around us. Pitched up, hit hard, but is the fielder there? Should get. Oh, he can't get there. I thought the fielder was going to make the stop here, but he's hit that well. He's found the gap. He's going to get 4 runs from that one. Good stroke from Rathore. Nicely played. So, yeah, we were in this park. And first thing I remember as I arrived, Marzi was running to reception. And I said, Marzi, what's wrong? He was sweating. He said, Rico, I can't stay in this room. I said, well, what's wrong? He said, well, I can hear wolves. They're howling. And he said, I can't have that. I'm afraid. So he went to reception and he said to the lovely lady behind the desk, said, look, I've got an issue. I can't stay in my room because of the howling wolves. And the lady said, I'd love to help you, but whatever room you go to, you're going to hear the wolves because you're surrounded by them. Let's just say we then took a lot of pleasure in making sure that we frightened
Didn't
the
you
death
take
out
advantage of this situation?
We did indeed.
You have a recording of wolves at his door.
We did. What we did is we got a tablet. We recorded wolf sounds and we set a timer on an alarm. So in the middle of the night, I think it was about 2 in the morning, the wolves started howling, and we all knew what was going to happen because it was a night series, so it was all right. And Marzi's door swung open and he came running out. Said, they're in my room, they're in my room.
Cruel, but how great a job has Mars done in this Spain tour? I mean, obviously, he's doing the job of 3 or 4 people, and including the great job as the chef last night. Brilliant dinner.
Yeah.
It's like in Spain, they do like to eat quite late, so it was an 11 p.m. dinner, but I didn't mind that. It's like a midnight snack in the end.
Yeah.
More than a snack, though. It was plenty of food. So big thanks to Mars. And hopefully we see him again on the tour soon. I know this will be his last day for a little while. Manav on strike.
Shot. Beautiful shot. What a lovely pickup. That is pinged out of the middle of that bat. Manos arriba. Arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, I want to see the line of this ball because there's a lot of bottom hand. It was a flick, but it was a perfectly timed clip, really. This is a ball, I think it's maybe middle and leg. But, geez, picked the gap beautifully, didn't he? 50's up as well for Costa del Sol, just 20 balls.
So it's going to be 4 more, you know. They bring back Wasim Iqbal, and I think the reason they did, they probably thought, right, a killer that took a liking to him in the first over. He's out the way. Let's bring him back. But you know what? He's just bowling runs. 4 more.
His decision-making has been awesome in this series, and that's a good example of playing the line of the ball. He's seen through the line of the ball. He knows with this field, a couple of metres to the left or right of the fielder, it's going to the boundary.
Just like that, and that might go all the way. Will it? No, just bounces before. He has time. That's the beauty of watching Manav bat. When he applies himself, he has so much time. Sometimes he gets a little bit sort of creative, and that can often be his downfall. But when he's playing like this, on this pitch, he's not going to be rushed. He's got plenty of time, and he is hitting the ball to all parts of the ground. And the one man who's not liking this at all is Saqib Hassan, who dropped him a dolly on 4.
That's funny because when they took the pace off in the third over, the runs dried up. There were only 6 off it, and 4 of them were off the last ball. But they've gone back to express with Iqbal. I just think that might be a bit of a misstep. He's gone for 40.
It's hit well, and will stop this time. The fielder gets his body behind it, just a single.
But, yeah, I would have thought they've got other bowlers they could take the pace off.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit surprised that, especially with Iqbal's first over already going wrong, they brought him back in the 4th. Last ball for him to make an impact. He's got none for 41.
And they're taking on the single. Good running, very good running. As soon as the bowler's not able to retrieve this, they push the single out. 60 then for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Hey, I've got to say, so many people joining in the chat at the moment, enjoying the start of this finals day. Big shout out to you all, wherever you're watching from around the world. Lovely to have you with us. And it was good to see so many people in our spanner video last night, wasn't it? Catch up with a lot of people.
Yeah, we had a spanner session last night. A tour of the residence and had a bit of fun as well. So if you're on the squad, I've uploaded the video for you to watch it back.
Beautiful sunny day once again here, and of course Chloe, who's done a sensational job with Chloe Cam, is showing us some of the views around here. We are in Granada, and yes, there is snow at the top of the mountains, and Amanda bowled very well, is coming back, no surprise. Kashif Rana to bowl his second, the first, as you said, Vinny, only went for 6.
Yeah, back to, let's say, medium pace, and it's working so far, making the batters make the pace. Main thing is, though, if you're going to bowl at this pace, you've got to be accurate, and he has been accurate. We've seen fast and kind of all over the shop so far. That didn't work, but, yeah, Kashif Rana doing a pretty good job.
And smashes it into the stumps. No contact from the bowler, therefore it will just be a single. He'll be dissatisfied with that with the batter, probably feeling Rathore that he should have got more for that shot. Just looking at this field here at the moment, so long on, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary. They've also got 45 on that boundary, and on the offside, the other boundary rider is long off.
No, I had a question about the potential English ECS later in the year. At the moment, there's just the one series that's planned, and it's in Hornchurch. I know we have typically done 2.
Goes for this, and just wide off the fielder. Good bit of bowling there again from Kashif. He draws Manav into this shot. Manav doesn't quite get to the right part of the pitch to get it where he likes, but he gets enough of it as it sort of spins away from the fielder out there. A nice hit, nice shot. That's going to be 6 runs, just goes over the rope.
Yeah, just carried, didn't it? If the fielder was on that line, it was catching opportunity. He did well to try and cut off the angle, but in the end, 6 more to Nayak. Remember, he was dropped on 3, and he's already 3-0.
Slower, but gone. Arriva, Kinna, Badda, Shaka, wave that one goodbye. That's probably on its way to the Alhambra Palace. That's into the road. I don't know how many you got in there yesterday, Vinny, but when I left here, there was the count for the tournament so far was 12.
Yeah, we definitely lost a few yesterday. Actually saw some great driving yesterday. Actually saw a driver see the ball break and then accelerate at the perfect moment after the bounce. So obviously the drivers around here, they're also responding to the cricket being here.
Better delivery this time. Gets it pitched up a bit more. Yeah, I wonder how many Grizzlies have travelled to wherever in the back of a van or a truck. They never knew it was there, and then when they arrived, they thought, well, where's this come from? Anyway, Rica Full, Mr. Maximo in the house. Lovely to have you with us here in Granada.
Yeah, great to be here. Beautiful day. What's the temperature? Let's have a look. 18 degrees, expecting 21. Beautiful spring day here. So many things to love about Spain. One of them, especially here in Andalusia, it's got to be the weather. Normally it's kind. We know not always. But when it's good, it's really good. And I really think of all the cricket grounds in the world today, I don't think I'd rather be anywhere else. I'm very, very happy to be here. And thanks for joining us.
It's a magnificent place, isn't it? And one thing about Granada, value for money. First of all, of course, Granada is very well known for tapas. So any bar you go into, you order a drink. You get a plate of food that comes with it.
Free.
Yeah. And then when you do go out and are having to pay for something, you're paying something like a few euros. If you haven't been, you got to come to Granada.
Don't tell everyone. You know what happens when the word gets out. No, it's amazing. And such wonderful, warm-hearted people as well. We've been made to feel very, very welcome, of course, by everyone here at the Granada Cricket Club and everyone in the wider community as well. All right, here's Saqib, the left-arm thunderbolts. Fast hasn't worked so far. Let's see if he can change the narrative.
A little bit high. Kind of roll the fingers on this, and we have seen that in the shorter format. The slightly slower full toss does seem to work pretty well, so just a single so far. Of course, Saqib would love to pick up the wicket off the man on strike now, Manav, after dropping him on 4. So he's gone on to make another 34 since then. And it's nicely played with soft hands, quite happy just to take a single. If it's not there for a big hit, rotate the strike.
Yeah, not too many dot balls. I just see 2 in the screen there.
Looking at that graphic there, 17 deliveries in what I would call the hit me zone. And that's what they got to sort out. And look how many Yorkers, only about 4 Yorker lengths. So they're in the wrong area. We'll make that 18 in the wrong area. It's too short. And on this pitch, where the ball doesn't come through, the batters are going to munch on those all day long. Cuatro más.
Wow, that's a really good horizontal bat shot there. He's got a commanding presence at the crease.
And the other worrying side, probably here for Hispales, is Costa del Sol are leading in terms of the number of sixes at the moment. Well, that one probably gets a little bit off the bat on the way through. The batter, Rathor, disappointed he doesn't get so wide here, but the umpire, Andrew Elliott, or a.k.a. Scarecrow, says, no, you got a little bit on that.
Last ball of the over. It's been a pretty good one from Saqib. 7 off it. Plus this, though.
Wrong choice. Wrong choice. Short. Make that number 19, I think, in that hit me corridor. Not going to miss out on that. Has been put away without any issues. So 85 for 1. Just lets himself down a little bit there, Saqib, with 2 loose deliveries.
Yeah, 85. Then after 6 over check-in time. 140. They'd love a big last 4, though. One of those ones, it could be anything from kind of 120, 125, and then potentially, 160 if they really get going. Have a look at that. That's not a trick of the camera. That's actual snow on the mountain, which is kind of deep fine leg.
It makes me want to yodel. Do you know, can you yodel? Yodel, yodel, yodel. Woo-hoo. Come on, your turn. Come on, it's National Day of Laughter. I want to hear it.
I've already sung enough on this channel this week. All right, here's over number 7.
Timed away, and the fielder can't stop it. Perfect timing. What a lovely shot. Well, this, I'm going to call this the Rado timed shot. Of course, Rado, official timekeeper. The timing of this couldn't be better. He hasn't tried to mash it. He knows that fielder on the boundary is backward point. He's played it beautifully. Can't stop it. Another boundary. Nayak moves to 43.
Making him pay for that missed chance earlier.
Right, will this go all the way? Fielder under it, drops it. Oh my, That's Ajay Jaiswal. Onena and Kawipaya, sunglass Vipaya, Halevi said to the. Oh dear. It's another simple one. And Manav now gets another life on 43, moves to 44.
Oh, dead lucky is Manav Nayak. Costa del Sol set themselves high standards in the field. not every team can match those standards. And twice he's gone down. It was about knee-high dropping on Jaiswal. Generally a good fielder, but it didn't quite have the feet set there. Maybe still had their head moving, and down it went.
Yeah, he never got in good position, and he ended up leaning forward. He never had no cushioning behind his body to take that catch. Goes big. Another chance.
Surely.
This time held. So finally, Manav will fall on 44. Keeping the pace off working. Manav had to get a little bit of extra oomph in the shot. Offers the opportunity, and this time it finally gets taken out there in the deep. Good catch taken. Manav falls for 44 off ball number 18. Good catch taken, so 91 now for 2. But he had to go for it is that time. If they want to push on and go past the 140, I think you need to be looking to put 160 on the board like they did yesterday in match number 2. That's what you're looking for, because I think Hispalis, with a few of the batters that they've had come into the side, 140 probably is something to think, yeah, no problem. When you start talking 160, gets harder. New batter comes in. Goes for the big hit straight away. Fielder gets a hand on it, makes the top. This is Talim Chaudhary, who had a good knock yesterday. Scored 40-odd runs coming late in the innings, so we know how he plays. See ball, hit ball. In comes Azam again. Slightly quicker in the air. This time it will bounce kindly once for the fielder. Good over this from Azam. Really good over. Excellently well bowled. Just the 8 runs coming from it. And finally, a fielder also holds on to the catch to remove the dangerous Madhav Nayak. So other things that have been celebrated today. I know that this is pretty good for you. I know you like reading, and I'm sure you did a lot of reading to your kids. So on Dia de Padre here in Spain, International Read to Me Day is also celebrated. And it's all about the magic of reading. And it's a day where kids are encouraged to ask adults to read out loud to them. So make sure you're ready to do some reading tonight a bit later on.
I'm very, very lucky that I got read to when I was very, very young. And
yeah.
Those are the kind of skills. The earlier in life you pick them up, the more confident you generally are.
Rizwan Abbas comes back. Played away, nobody there. Good pickup, just straying slightly down the leg side. It was a little bit short, but worked away beautifully. Now, Rathor, he's been biding his time, I think. That's 20 out of 17. That's not quite the rate he goes at. He could really go big here in the last, 17 balls to come and get the accelerator in. I think he's pretty big here now to accelerate, go up a gear or two, and get that score past that 150 mark.
135's par here, I think, on finals day, and that's exactly what they're on track for right now. We're seeing a lot of close games between these top teams in the 130s.
Flat batted, nobody's stopping that. Not a good ball. He hasn't got the pace, Rizwan Abbas, to be bowling this. It's a Gandhi ball. Gandhi ball, see, batake chipir lagi, choka lagia.
Yeah, too short. Good placement, though. Found into the gap. 100's up now for Costa del Sol, and still with 16 balls to play within this innings. Well, since Maximo, though, 4s in the innings.
Okay, can Abbas get it a little bit fuller? Well, it's better. It's kind of a short of a length. He's not allowing the batter to either pull a hook or drive. So that's where you want to aim at. We haven't seen too many, though, in that area. Right, what can Chaudhary do here?
Interesting. Yeah, 14 4s and only 4 6s. So generally they're about neck and neck. I suppose this ground is very fast. If you do hit the ball on the ground and get around the fielder, typically it is finding the rope. It's very even game right now.
Take his time to get set, Chaudhary. That's well bowled. They do want to take it on. A good throw here. The bowler's end could have him in trouble. But he just make it back.
Yeah, good call from the non-striker and then good response. Look. It's huge couple of overs coming up. this next couple of overs will decide which team's favourites going into the second inning. Because I still have that 135 as my kind of par figure with these top three teams today.
There's one Abbas. Well, they want to take the run. You can see this time it was Chaudhry saying, but Rathore says, nope, not going. That was good delivery, good length. He's recovered well after the first two deliveries, getting the ball a lot fuller. And no ball's being called here. I think Andrew Elliott has called this for front foot because the bowler was having a discussion and I saw the umpire pointing to the line. So free hit to come. Slow ball. Well bowled. Should be no more than one. Ajay Jaiswal, who will be able to breathe because remember he did drop Manav at 43, but Manav wasn't able to go on and capitalise on that drop because he was out in the end on 44. Right, can Abbas finish well? Good over so far, I feel, when you look at the way the others have gone before him. Short, Gandhi, high, going, gone. Says Mass, Shaba, Kinnasona. That one was flat batted for 6. And that spoils what was going to be a good over, really. 30 come off his 2. We're on the Nelson. Come on, everybody. What are you standing on one leg?
Would if I could. 18 off that over in the 8th. And yeah, they missed out on the free hit, but didn't miss out on the next one. It was perfectly judged, wasn't it? Fielder made a good effort down there. I think it's Tassua. Did everything he could to try and bring it back into the field of play, but just not able. Tassua now actually will be bowling in over number 9. I think it might have been Rizwan. Rizwan finishes 1 for 30. What happens in the 9th? Here it is. Rathore on 34.
Doesn't get this one away. Tassua Azam. One thing I feel here that Madrid United, his ballers, haven't really clocked on is that every time they take the pace of the ball up to now, the batters haven't been able to get him away. Just look at the bowling figures from the slow bowlers.
Exactly.
High. Fielder just watches it sail over him. Hits the top of the fence. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, that time he did time it up nicely. We've seen a lot of 6s in that general direction. Let's see the comeback now from Tassua Azam.
Quicker one, but may have strayed this down the leg side, did he? Or was there a bit of bat on this? I think there might have been something on this.
Went between the batter and the stump. In fact, no, a bit of bat on it, apparently. Yep. But went pretty much straight over that leg stump. Batter backed away a bit. Hey, a few questions about Henschel. Henschel obviously just arrived, so obviously they've held him back a little bit. Maybe might see him next if they lose a wicket. Would be a perfect time to probably unleash him.
Well bowled. If the fielder could have taken this first time and got the throw in hard to the keeper, they would have maybe struggled to complete the single. But it's only a single. I think at the moment his ballers are more than happy to give away singles late on the innings. But one man is not looking to hit singles. It's Rathore. Hit hard. And in between the two fielders. Smashes into the fence. 6 carreras más. Eso golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras. And I think all the padres here in Spain will probably be eating a little bit of tarta de chocolate, and so they should too.
Yeah, winning the last couple of overs costed El Sol. Mentioned the match was kind of in the balance after 7. Already 125, 7 balls to go. This stage, you're kind of looking at, let's say, something like 20 runs off those 7 balls. You're looking at 140s. Last ball of the 9th.
And Rathore will bang it. It's another banger out of here. Brings up his 50, 53 in just 26 deliveries. Que guay, que genial es este hombre. Este hombre es una máquina. Not for the first time in this series has he hit a 50. The last time I saw him bat, he scored 50 in both matches. He didn't play the other day that I was here, but he's come back and he's mashed another 50. Well batted. Bobadaya Akshay Rathonu.
Yeah, 131. Excellent half century from Rathor. He's back in the mix. I know sometimes he's been in, sometimes he hasn't been in, but his half century of 26 balls, 6 fours, 3 Maximos in there. That was a monster to bring it up. So 1-3-1 last over to go. Again, this is an important over. You have a dream over if you're Madrid United, you can keep it 130s. You have a magical over, you're talking 150s. It's a big difference right now. Chowdhury to face the first ball of it.
Yeah, they're going pace, and it's going to be down the leg side. Wide ball, Saqib coming back. Ooh, you know what? This is the sort of score 130 that they were looking at getting at. And I said at the time they want to push on beyond that because I think that Hispalis, if they were chasing 130, 140, they think they'll settle for that. If they get past that 140 mark, which they should do, 147 expected at the moment, that could really cause a lot of trouble here for Hispalis. Saqib again, short, Gandhi, hit, hard. Going into the road, just hits the top of the fence and comes back. Well, that saved an insurance claim for sure. It's another big one. Now, Chowdhury is starting to hit big. I just feel that going to pace is a mistake in this last over.
Sun's out, guns out. I mean, again, another half tracker goes the journey. Got to find the block hole.
Oh, is he going to sneak a dot ball in? Yes, he is. Well, that's better. At least it's outside the off. It was still a short delivery, but the wrong choice of shot there for Chowdhury. Should have been looking to play that on the offside, maybe trying to get it in the gap there between point and short third.
Fraction fuller, which saved him. 4 to come.
And that's well played.
Probably
They'll just take
here.
a single. I don't think Rathor will want to come back for 2. He wants to stay on strike. He wants to hit some more boundaries for fun.
Mentioned that they were pretty heavy on the 4s versus 6s. They've certainly caught up recently, haven't they? 4 of the last 10 balls going ballpark. And Saqib, left arm around as he likes to do, facing Rathor on 53.
Well, this one's partially stopped, and, well, Rathor is going to be forced to go to the non-strikers set.
I don't mind that. I think you take a run when there's a run. I mean, Chowdhury's already taken Hassan out of the park. I don't think you're getting too cute trying to keep the strike at this stage. Chowdhury, I want to size him up again. Good little recovery this from Saqib. 2 to come.
Well, the recovery comes to an end in a brutal way because that is muscle to the boundary. Chowdhury saying that he can match Akshay Rathor for power, and he does. He clobbers that out of the middle, that straight out of the meat of the bat. Shaka Lagia.
Excellent shot. And justifies taking the bye of the ball before. Runs the runs, 146. A boundary here will set 150s. Big chase for Madrid United. Electric atmosphere here as the stands fill up at the Goval. Rico, it's been a great first innings. Last ball coming up.
And should be just 1. They might as well come back for 2. The fielder does the right thing, doesn't hold on to the ball, gets into the gloves of the keeper. They won't quite get to the 150, but it's a highest break, 147 for 2. And one of these two teams will play in the final a bit later. And I think Costa del Sol have got the runs on the board.
Yeah, they do. I think they probably take that if you offered it to them. Just looking at their numbers so far, I mean, it's the 3rd highest score they've scored in the competition. They do have a couple of 160s, but they've also shown they can defend scores in the 130s. For me, like I said, 135's par. They were kind of heading at that pace. They had that surge, if you like, in the last 3 overs, an extra dozen runs that might make the difference. I've got a bit of a theory that for every 10 extra you score, you're twice as likely to defend it. And I just think that last 3 over burst might just give Costa del Sol the edge at halfway.
Spot on, Vinny. When you look at what happened there, the first 7 overs, 93, but they had wickets in hand and they had to accelerate, and they last 3 overs went for 54.
Yeah, so all set up for a really exciting second innings. Rathor with 53 gets very, very good ovation for his half century. Chowdhury with a nice little cameo, 3 sixes and hit 23. Earlier it was the openers, Ratnaika, that set things up. 19 for him, and including a very good first over. Nayak finally ran out of luck on 44. Wickets to Rizwan Abbas and Taswa Assam. But, I mean, the trend there was the slower bowlers had a little bit more more luck, didn't they, than their quicker counterparts. We'll take a break. We're back in 10 minutes with the second innings. Sonseca Sultans waiting for the winner of this game, with Madrid United Hispalis requiring 148 to make the decider. Costa del Sol defending 147. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, and we'll be back very shortly live from the Goval in Granada. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Granada Oval. What a beautiful day for cricket, and it doesn't get too much more exciting than this. A sudden death qualifier here to start a two-match finals day in this European cricket series. Costa del Sol coming out to defend 147 against Madrid United Espales. Look, it's going to be a very exciting second innings. The winner, of course, to play Fonseca Sultans in the final. Rico Full with me, Mr. Maximo. And Rico, all set up for an ECN classic here.
Absolutely. I was saying that 140 is going to be kind of the benchmark. They've got the 147. A couple of players that have come in for Madrid United Espales. I think one of them is at the non-strikers end. That's a Wasim. Now things didn't go well for him with the ball. I wonder if they're going to, with the bat, Wahid Akhtar to face the first. And we're not going to go with some of the slow stuff to begin with. I'm a bit surprised there. I thought they maybe would have started with a bit of spin, but it's pace on to start the first over.
Yeah, the doctor is going to face up. Had a bit of a mixed bag. A slow start yesterday on his entry into the tournament, but caught up later. Here we go, 148 to win for Madrid United Espales. And what a start! It's a royal duck. Can you believe it? Full straight. And the doctor's out of the house. Rico, unbelievable start for Costa del Sol.
Royal duck indeed. This we call a boogie oogie woogie fireball. Jog the putty. What a delivery. Look, no matter what we say, if you get the ball full and straight, it's going to do the damage. And Wiki is there showing the batter, Wahid Akhtar, where to go. Well, you said he's the doctor. He's going to have to take some medicine after that.
Well, Fia's had the right prescription to get him out of here. So I suppose what you would say, at least he's only used one ball. It's probably a better result than if he was to stick around, run a ball for 5 or 6 balls, give someone else an opportunity straight away. And to me, it's but look, it's one of those things. You still certainly have the batting to do this, but Fiaz gets it spot on first ball. One of the real differences as well between these two teams, and I say it most of the time when Costa del Sol have been playing this week, the fielding standard. I think they have higher standards in the field and expectations, both on the ground and in the air. No fielders required that time.
Great delivery. Here he comes in again, Faiz Ahmed. This time a little bit shorter. Will just get worked away towards the leg side. Probably straps him on the pad. It does, says umpire ECS. Hey, big shout out to the umpires we've had. ECS, Naveed, Andrew, and even Iftikhar has been doing a little bit of the umpiring. They've been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
They Manos de Lila, as we should call them, with their lovely purple shirts.
Yeah, exactly. Very purple kind of tournament, with the Sultans wearing purple as well. Hello to Phil G. Good to see you. Of course, he'll be on deck Tuesday, which is the next day of ECN cricket we've got, starting in Portugal, the SCG. So hi to Keanu. How great to see you as well.
High in the air, in the sunshine, but can he hold on to it? And it's brilliantly taken. Oh, that is wonderful cricket. If you would ever see a superb catch and a perfectly timed Rado catch, this is it. The fielder who you thought was going to take the catch was backpedaling. You can see he was struggling with the sun, but then he gets a call from the player behind him who comes in, holds on to the catch. It's another wicket, and it's another duck, I believe. Well, Wiki is keeping busy. That was tremendously well done.
Yeah, well, 2 golden ducks in the first over. We've had 2 wickets and a run so far in the 3 balls. But that's Henschel who's come in, and it's a very good piece of communication. The infielder was kind of stuck under the ball, having to back. Probably wouldn't have touched it, but Denschel, we could call him as well, Dylan Henschel. He used his voice, and in baseball, for example, there's a real hierarchy of whose catch it is. Outfielder always has the right of way. They've got a better angle on the ball. And Dylan, well, he's been suffering for a bit of a stomach bug apparently, and that's why we didn't see him with the bat. But he's made an immediate impact in the field. And what was I saying about the standard of fielding from Costa del Sol? And that was exemplified right there.
Brilliant catch. Great bit of cricket. It really was. And Henschel What a great call from him. He felt that he could get there. He does, and he had the easier side. He wasn't troubled with the sun. New batter in. Ooh, what a seed. What a seed. They're asking the question. Umpire says not out. I think that was a bit of one of those appeals where you think, well, let's try it.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a late call from the keeper. Then the players got involved, but he survived.
Rizwan Abbas playing for the first time in this series. Did score fair few runs in Madrid. Different kind of pitch, though. And one thing that he got found out a little bit, even in Madrid, was the short stuff. They had these tactics. Now, whether the Costa del Sol have done their homework, I'm not sure. He almost nicks off first ball.
Well bowled, Yorker length. They think about a single, but it was never on. The fielder got there pretty quickly. Gives the bowler, Faiz Ahmed, a pat on the back and says, keep going. 1 on the board, 2 wickets down. It's a disastrous start for Madrid United. Hispalis.
Oh, plus, only 1 run in 5 balls. Last ball of this over.
It's a shorter one. They will take a single. And that will be it. What a great over. And we see some sensational stuff there. First, the stumps knocked over Timber, and then a superb catch, meaning that Hispalis are 2 for 2 at the end of the first.
2 for 2. Abbas can't be easy coming in against quality bowling lineup. I suppose he's left-handed. That's one thing we saw from Madrid United last week in Madrid. They really used their left-hand, right-hand combinations well. Rizwan would typically open, and they would rotate either Usman or Kamal Ahmed as the other opener, and so they like that left-hand, right-hand. It throws the bowling plans off a little bit. Here's Henschel, who's going to get his first ball of the series. So 2 of the late entries into this ECS going to go head-to-head here. Next over is big, because Madrid United could easily kind of get things back to par, but for Costa del Sol, another over like that, and that 146 or 147 starts to look a bit like 160s, 170s.
You're right, another over like that, and it could be curtains already. I knew things would go wild here in this match. You know why? Jay Wild, Mr. Wild himself, the Wild thing has turned up. Of course, everybody knows Jay Wild from the Cardamom Oval. So Jay Wild in the house, and things are starting to go wild.
Okay, got a bit of an update here. Henschel, had some illness which affected him being at the ground in time. I mean, if it is for illness, it's an interesting one. Maybe what the officials weren't informed. But it's weird because, don't know the technicals on this. But because he hasn't actually left the field, right? But if he was unavailable, it's a funny one because if I've heard of serving penalty time for leaving the field and being subbed, but if you haven't actually been subbed, I don't know if it applies. But anyway, he might have to wait to bowl for a little while. Thing is, if that is the case, then he can bowl after 4 overs or something like that. I suppose the good thing for Costa del Sol, they do have a lot of options with the ball, both spin and faster options. But yeah, quite an unusual situation.
Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind that it was Costa del Sol that were batting first. But obviously, they're going by the laws of the game, and in that respect, that's what they believe is the right decision. So we'll have to wait before we see.
I'll give you an example, right? Say that you caught in a traffic jam and you arrive in the 5th over. You can pad up and you can go straight out and bat, surely, on the 4th of a wicket.
I think it also depends on how many wickets are down, perhaps.
But I mean,
I think once 5 wickets are down, you could, not straight away.
I'm just saying, if you haven't been replaced, is my point, right? Anyway, no harm, no foul, and it's going to be Rathor who gets a dot straight through Abbas, who's struggling early. I am very curious about how the Madrid players adapt after playing a week on that lower, slower pitch to play here. Still isn't a super quick pitch. It is a newly laid surface. Abbas put himself in the corner, 1 for 4. 1 out of 4 so far.
Rathor in again. Shorter this time, just gets punched towards the fielder. Great field positioning as well. They got that fielder in close, walking in, and that's Talim Chaudhary saying, no run here. Ete dono koi single nahi milna. Main ete hai. You're not going nowhere.
Oh, rate started 14.8, already 16.8. What a start for Costa del Sol.
Well, he played that away. That one should get to the boundary. It does. So finally a boundary for Hispalis. It's a good shot. Big gap out there. They've got the man at square leg to the left-hander on the boundary and long on. And though they have got one more player on that leg side, but nobody in that gap. So easy put away. Needs to get this ball outside the off.
Let's see if it can get Abbas going.
Oh, now then, that's a great pull shot. In fact, I think you call that a hook shot because of the height he got on that. If he had not played it, that certainly was going to be a wider field. I think the umpires would definitely say that's one for the over as well, because I think that was clearly over the shoulder height. Umpires communicating with each other, and well, it looks like nothing being communicated to the bowler. I'm very surprised about that.
Maybe if it was so obvious they didn't bother telling him, but that was almost over his head. Excellent shot by Abbas. Mentioned he was a little bit suspect on the pull.
This time, fired down the leg side. There's a pre-signal from the umpire. And what will it be? Will it be a wide? No, there's a bit of pad on it. They'll take the leg by.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that required rate in the 16s. Definitely doable, but they need a partnership and they need it soon. What a start. That's why you don't want to be a few minutes late getting back to the second innings, because we had 2 golden ducks in the first over. A bit of controversy about Henschel, who's into the squad. Last ball of the second. It's been a good over still.
Good shot. That's a really good shot. It's another perfectly timed hook shot, but this time for Rasul. Hasnat Rasul gets off the mark with 6 carreras. Boom! Shaka Lagia 17 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah, so just probably getting carried away with the short stuff there, Rathor, in the end. Look at how he had success earlier in the over and used it as a surprise tactic, sure, but look, I think you could see that on this pitch, even though it's a bit quicker than Madrid, it's pretty true.
Yeah.
And yeah, these brand newly laid surfaces, they tend to grip a bit more than bounce or skid. And yeah, decent comeback there for Madrid United Hispalis.
Yeah, let's talk about the pitch a little bit more. Remember, it's only just been recently laid a few weeks ago. I think it's played superbly well.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a very fair surface. I think if you bowl well, if you put it in the right areas, it's awkward to score. They're going to go back to Fiaz in the third.
It's high. Has he got the legs? Yes, it has. And they've got nobody back there either. That's a surprise decision in the field to the left-hander. You would think they would have a square leg back on the boundary. They did in the previous over. Maybe they weren't expecting the shorter stuff here from Riaz Ahmed, because to be fair, in his first over, he was getting the ball pitched up. That's where he got his success.
Have a look at the last 5 balls. 21 off the last 5. And guess what? There are only 2 other runs before that. 2 off the 8 before that. So innings of 2 halves so far. Fiaz with the comeback ball.
That's the areas. That's hurt him. I don't know where this has caught him, but after trying to play this full ball across the line, it wasn't the right shot to play. I think that's caught him high up on the leg.
Good example of trying to get the ball outside the off stump to Abbas, who's not as natural through the offside. You can see just tends to lose that front shoulder and lose his shape a little bit. I think, full and wide isn't a bad tactic to him.
What do you feel on this field set to the left-hander? Two men straight rather than anybody back on the boundary on the leg side?
The thing is with Abbas, it'll be called a wide change of pace there. He will probably try and whack it to mid-wicket anyway, so you can probably protect that area. I would actually consider bringing the long off up and the deep mid-wicket back. sometimes you want to encourage people by leaving a gap on the leg side to go for it. But certain players, it's so in their DNA that you don't need to do that. I think Rizwan's one of those. Now, it's interesting. Andrew James thinking of coming up to Fiaz. I know that Andrew James will come up if he spots batters batting out of their crease just to try and unsettle him a little bit. Fiaz shoos him back.
Well, he leaves that one alone. That's going to be a wide delivery. I've got an interesting fact to tell you. Did you know that Granada has an asteroid named after it?
What?
Yep, that's
Tell
right.
me more.
It was discovered in 1950 by the asteroid named 1159 Granada. That's a very interesting graphic. All the ones we've seen so far on the leg side.
If you don't think the data backs up what I'm saying, just have a look at that graph. Wow, okay, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I can tell you some more in a bit, maybe after this delivery.
Let's see if we can get it back on track here. Fiaz goes round the wicket.
Good stop. I wonder if that was catching. What do you reckon there?
I think it was into the
went
ground.
pretty quickly.
I think he banged it into the ground, so a good piece of fielding for me.
Yeah, so this asteroid is called 1159 or 1159 Granada in honor of the city. It orbits the sun every 5.22 years and it has a diameter of 30 kilometers.
Only 30 kilometres.
Uh,
Can probably do a bit of damage.
It still could, you know?
How
So-
many ECN cricket fields is that?
Ahmed, once again, full, good delivery, not that far away from the pegs, but he's going to get through the keeper. And it's giving us runs, is it? Is that
I think
runs?
he's jammed this into the ground and it's kind of bottom inside edge and it gets away from Andrew James.
Yeah.
So he's thinking of coming up, in which case he definitely would have stopped it. Had a bit of a play on it there, but a bit of luck. But again, it's showing where you can bowl to Rizwan. I don't think you want to get too carried away with the short stuff. I know as a surprise tactic, it's fine. Abbas, after a tough start, was 1 of 4 at one point, but he's now 19 off 12. Share the meal. The QR code's there. We'd love for you to support those in need. And it's a product of the United Nations World Food Programme. We've donated thousands of meals over our time on ECN. 2 to come.
Oh, that's pretty full. Probably just below the waist, but it's not going to be stopped. And, yep, you got it. It's more runs on the leg side. And that's why I feel this field is wrong. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes you want to encourage the batter to go across the line and maybe get them LBW or miss it, cue a ball. But I feel his strength is there, the left-hander. You've got to protect that part of the boundary. And now they do push the fielder back on the boundary at mid-wicket.
To be honest, it's Fiaz doesn't really know where they're going at the moment. It's very different to the first over. I think left-hander may be throwing him for a loop. He's going to stay around the wicket. Last ball, the power play.
It's dug out. Well, they will. He's gone. He's got to be gone here. Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, wow. What a bit of fielding. Pick up. Direct hit. Stumps go flying. And that's the end of Rizwan Abbas. Run out brilliantly there. That, so far, maybe not just the play of the day, but it's the play of this tournament.
Fielding is so important. And it shouldn't be overlooked, the contribution of Manav Nayak in the field. He continues to hit the stumps. He knew full well that he had the chance to run out Abbas there, who was catching up. He was 23. Take on Manav Nayak at your peril. Perfectly balanced. Another clean pickup on a slightly bumpy surface. And he hits the timber. And although the bowlers might have created the first 2 wickets, the third one was all the fielders. And in particular, one fielder, Manav. Brilliant piece of cricket, 33 for 3 after 3.
Sensational, and it's no surprise that this young man has caught the attention of Corey, the Spanish national team coach. He's just a brilliant all-round cricketer. That was spectacular.
Triple threat, Manav Nayak. And yesterday he hit the stumps 3 different times. I actually think 2 of them are out if they had replays. That time you didn't need a replay. Abbas was 3 steps short. Henschel finally able to bowl.
And one bounce and fielded in front of us here.
Ratnayaka doing the fielding. So Henschel has been suffering with some sort of stomach virus, and so he's made a big effort to be here today. He was desperate to take part in this series, and this is the first he's actually been able to get on the park.
Adhikari, a good batter, has come out. He's been opening, you know. And he's hit this. Well, he swung hard, not quite where he wanted it to go, but it will go all the way. It flies off the edge of the bat, swing hard, and fortune favours the brave. Adhikari goes up and fist pumps Rasul. Rasul, he gets 6 runs for that one. Yeah, Adhikari, good guy to come out of this time. He's scored some half centuries.
Yeah, Adhikari, known as Kamikaze for his running between the wickets. Not on the striker's end right now, but Rasul swings away, gets the top edge. I think that probably hit the rope on the full, and that's why it was 6. But Adhikari ran out 4 of his teammates in 1 innings in opening day play. He's also made a lot of runs. That's not going anywhere. Thing with Henschel, former ECS MVP, he's another kind of triple threat. He's already made an impact in the field, took that good running catch coming in from long off. It's interesting to see how he settles in with the ball. So far, he seems to be bowling with good pace. Yeah,
and hello to Emma, who I'm sure is watching and egging him on. That slower delivery, flat batting, taken! Another good catch. The slower ball took all the pace off it. The batter, Rasul, went for the big hit, didn't get it out the middle, and a very good catch again. This ball was dipping the fielder there at long off, running in, diving forward, taking it just fingertips off the ground. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, might have been slightly off speed there from Henschel, and then his deputy, if you like, down at long off, Majid Ali, has caught really well in the series. Majid also picked up a 4-fer when brought on as, I suppose, a bit of a backup bowler when they didn't have some of their bowlers playing. But right now, it's in the field. He's making the impact. 40 for 4. And if you heard an extra big cheer go up the Goval, it's because Gary, the Gazarati, has arrived. Gary Randall has arrived, and he looks absolutely magnificent here for finals day.
Yeah, well, finals day, and at the moment, it looks like the Costa del Sol are making their way and booking their place in the final. Oh. High. Where's this going to go? Oh, Scott. Boy, it's gone up to the Sierra Nevada and back down again. It's come back then with ice, and no wonder it's not been taken. Oh, that was a difficult catch. It went a long, long way up. And James Scott, I don't think he stood a chance.
They're hiding Scott there. To be honest, it's probably a keeper's catch, but James never saw it. It wasn't too far for the keeper to go, but he just didn't see it until too late, and then it was Scott's problem. Anyway, Adhikari faces up, last ball of the 4th.
It doesn't get any good bit of contact there. It's just going to be a single. 42 for 4 at the end of 4, and just look how that rate required is creeping upwards. We're touching on 18 per over required now.
Yeah, well, lots of chat at the moment, and we're loving the interaction. Yeah, that was a tough catch. Also, it is one of the places that you probably wouldn't have one of your better catches. The odd one goes up there, but yeah, that part of the field is mostly ground balls and maybe the odd flat catch. But anyway, still a decent over from Henschel, 1 for 9. Good start to his series. Yeah, I would like, when I arrive at a cricket ground, to get the kind of response that Gary Randall just got when he walked in. That's my dream. Because he was just high. All he had to do was turn up.
He's obviously a very popular figure, and you're right. He's immaculately dressed for finals day. Well, this guy's a popular figure as well. Manav Nayak starts, and we'll start with a dot ball as no surprise, Adhikari trying to lash him over the leg side boundary.
Manav just telling me that he's trying to bowl a few more slower balls against the batters that won't really move out of their crease. But this is a stand and deliver job from Adhikari. His first boundary, well struck through extra cover.
Yeah, that has been well struck. He knows there's a gap there between the sweeper and the offside, and quite a wide long off. But he flat bats that, just bounces before the rope, goes for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. But Manav does have a good kind of, almost like a flipper, a quicker ball that'll try and get up in the block hole just to keep the batter honest. But I think there's quite a few of these, I'd call them kind of stand and deliver batters. There's not a lot about footwork, and they're not going to really come down the track. And so he feels if he can get it above the eye line, he can force them into uncontrolled shots that might be skied. There's a quicker one.
Yeah, quicker and fuller. Well watched by Adhikari. Will take a single, gets Asif, Bilal Asif now on strike. Let's see what he can do.
Been in good form by Bilal as well. He's one of the more consistent players last week in Madrid.
Tossed up and beaten again.
That's the one. That's the one I'm talking about. It's not an easy one to drive. It's a bit of turn in this pitch because it is newly laid. They typically have a bit more turn and a bit less kind of skid through. It wasn't an easy ball to drive. Bilal comes up with fresh air.
Similar ball again, up in the air. Fielders coming round. And, it's a collision. It's a massive collision, but he's caught it.
Wow.
How has he caught this ball? I cannot believe he's done that. I can't believe it. That's incredible. When we talk about the European Cricket Network being all about being stronger together, well, those two were stronger together. In fact, they were joined together. But catch, Palya. Has he caught that?
Arokia Swami there has caught it. And I tell you what, it would have been a red card to Margit, who just basically took him out legs first. But you can see he ends up catching it about a metre inside the boundary. No question of the legality of the catch. And that's another unbelievable piece of fielding. Almost like trying to catch a punt in the NFL. He got cleaned up, but he came up with the pill, did Thomas Arokia Swami, and Madrid United are all over the place. 47 for 5 now in the 5th over.
That is a sensational catch. We talk a lot about bowlers and batters in the game as Manav comes again. Ooh, that doesn't miss the stumps. I reckon that shaved a little bit the off peg and the bails have just stayed on somehow. What a delivery that was. The batter can't believe that he survived. A great over from Manav. Just the 5 runs from it. But I go back to what I was saying. We talk a lot at this halfway point that we're at. We talk a lot, don't we, about batting. We talk a lot about the bowlers bowling the right line, right length. But fielding, how often do we underestimate how important the fielding is? If you field well, I mean, you're not going to lose too many matches, are you?
Well, that's the thing. You get a limited amount of chances. Every chance you take might save you 50 runs. It may cost you, it may not. It may save you, it may not. But I think we've already seen the difference of these half chance takers make as we see a little reverse, a bit of Vegas there here in Vegas de Genil as Adhikari. I know he really likes that dink shot. I know some of his friends were saying they like hearing the word dink shot. This is almost the reverse dink.
Yeah, it wasn't really there.
Adhikari.
It wasn't really there for the shot, but somehow he managed to get enough on it and get past AJ behind the stumps. He'll get 4 runs. 50 comes up.
Required.
It should just be a single. The man who took an incredible catch on the boundary, Arokia Swami, does the fielding. There he is. What a catch that was. Incredible.
Yeah, that was crazy. It reminds us of one of the catches we saw from Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus at the Cartermore Oval in the ECL. Yeah. We called that the catch and cuddle. That wasn't really a cuddle.
He's picked it up beautifully. He's going to get it over the fielder. Perfect timing. As that's going to be 6 runs. So Rana. Time for him to maybe show what he can do with the bat. Kashif Rana.
Yeah. That was an amazing catch back in the ECL. And this one was, to be honest, it was just as good. Wasn't going to let go of that ball, was he, Arokia Swami? And he's still to bowl, by the way, so another good bowling option they've got.
He's a very good bowler. On the pad. Trouble. He's missed. Well, overcommitted did Adhikari. We know his nickname is Kamikaze. Was running nowhere, was never on. And all Henshaw had to do was hit the stumps and he would have been gone, but he missed.
Taste of his own medicine there, Adhikari. He got run out, being sent back. But Henshaw had a good look at the stumps as well. We'll be disappointed with that.
Slower ball. Cleverly executed. Very well disguised. Doesn't get picked by Rana.
Hey, look at that rate, Rico. 21 and over from here. Just seemed to be a well-balanced side today, Costa del Sol. Led by a good captain, a good keeper behind the stumps. Fast and slow bowling options.
Well, there seems to be some excitement about that one, but it doesn't catch any of the bat. But again, it's a dot ball and the rate now goes up to 22. Henschel, great spell of bowling. 2 overs, 20 runs, picks up a very important wicket thanks to great work from the fielder. 58 for 5. Can they come back in this match? I don't think so, Vinny. Because when you look at the bowlers still to come, Manav's got one here. You still got Thomas to bowl. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, 3 dots to finish the over, half a maiden. Now Manav to come back. I mean, we haven't even seen Samir Nayak, who's a guy who can bowl both left arm and right arm spin. He might have been an interesting one to bring on maybe when Rizwan was out there, maybe with his right arm off spin to turn the ball away from the bat. But like I said, there's drowning in options today, Costa del Sol with the ball. And still no Arokia Swami. They might use him as death bowler.
Catching chance. Can anyone get there? No. He's placed that beautifully, hasn't he?
Here's the thing.
Single.
Manav's tactic lately has been nobody in the top right quarter. See behind in the background on the screen. So they've got maybe a forward square leg, no fine leg, in or out. And the batters then start saying, right, I'm going to target it. And they start jumping across. And he's already bowling it wide.
Yeah.
And no one's really been able to hurt him. Let's see if he tries it again here, Rana. See? And so they're looking for that gap. And they start to play incorrect shots.
Yeah.
It's quite clever tactics.
And that's exactly what's happening. It's the wrong shots being played. Still trying to hit the ball on the leg side. 3 fielders, though, waiting for it. And, yeah, good bowling.
Rare fumble, if you want to call it that. Ran full dive to get there. And we'll get a single. But even, I mean, look, surely the game's iced now. You look at the fact, in the last 6 balls, there's only been 2 runs.
Yeah. I think just looking at the batters' body language when they took that single, they know that it's
look at the
probably
stance.
all gone.
See, wants that square leg.
That's the quicker one. One bounce to the fielder, no mistakes there from Faiz Ahmed. Didn't he start things off beautifully with them with that royal duck?
Even that mistake, to be honest, was not punished. Just hit it a little bit too early, went to the fielder in front of square. Hey, good news is we're not too far away from the final. We're only half an hour away. No more gaps.
Hits this and taken. Another one bites the dust. No pace. Slow delivery. Catch taken. Fielding has been sensational from Costa del Sol. It really has been. They've been quite remarkable. In fact, they've been outstanding. They really have. They put in a stellar performance here, and they are looking the business going into the final.
A nice catch for a Thor down there at long on. Might have misjudged it slightly, came in and regretted it, but he still was able to hold on to it, was kind of catapulted back towards the rope, but still had room to move. So, yeah, Manav, I'd have to say, if there was an MVP for this week, I think Manav would be pretty close to taking it out. I know he has previously won that award.
He has done.
I just think his all-round contributions have been incredible.
Ajay Jaiswal is the new batter. Sorry, Vinny.
But he actually had a good innings on opening day, Jaiswal. Hasn't been able to recapture the magic since then. He got bowled around his legs actually once. And interesting that Manav kind of targets that leg stump first up. Yeah, but Jaiswal, probably the last prayer. If he could do something like he did earlier in the week. But have a look at what's required, Rico. Over 27 and over.
Yeah, we go back a few days ago, and these two actually did bat very well. But at the moment, he can't get bat and ball brilliantly bowled. Look at those bowling figures. 2 for 9. Don't forget, he also scored 44, and he was involved. Well, not involved. It was a solo effort in that incredible run out. What a player. What a young talent. This boy is going places. 62 for 6.
Yeah, well, played for Spain, eh? And I think, just has a professional attitude and demeanour. He's very athletic in the field. I mean, he still looks like he'd blow over in anything more than a light breeze. But I know he's working on his strength, and we've seen that with his batting as well. He's hitting more boundaries these days. Well, we go from son to father, Samir Nayak. Good to see him getting a bowl here. Still no Arokia Swami. It's bowled. Maybe good to get him an over as well. You just basically want as many of your bowlers getting an over here. The game's pretty much done and dusted. Great stop there, but it's going to actually give away a run on the overthrow. A couple of backup fielders couldn't handle it, but that was Fiaz, the big man, getting down to his left, saving a couple.
Yeah, who says that fast bowlers don't like to do a little bit of rock and roll in the field? He rocks, he rolls, he takes a tumble, saves the boundary. It's probably going to be in action again here.
That's so slow from Samir. He's just daring them to make all the pace. And it's awkward. If you're not going to get down the pitch and get that on the full of the half volley, then you have to deal with the bounce, which is going to be steepling. See, again, doesn't want to leave the crease and hit through the line, Jaiswal.
Interesting, the Sunset Consultants will be watching this. They know that there's going to be a lot of slow bowling coming their way. I wonder what their approach is going to be. But you can see here, Hispalis, you're right. They're not really coming out to this. They're waiting for him and hoping to get lucky. This time he will get enough off it. So Jaiswal will open his account with a Maximo. But again, you're taking a risk. You're taking a chance every time. On this occasion, he gets lucky.
Yeah, I mean, good shot, so you can say. But you've got to get it right in the middle, otherwise it's trouble. This one drops into the block hole and once again will be defended. Henschel looks like a hamster on a wheel, but he does make the stop and keep it to a single. But I mean, Costa del Sol, I think they were a little bit miffed to lose top spot, to be honest. They felt a bit responsible. Couldn't find that one extra point yesterday morning to guarantee it. They're on a mission. Slowest ball yet from Samir.
Look at the spin on that one. I think this came right out of the back of the hand. And Samir's probably thinking, "Dena मैं ये बॉल कितनी 10 साल पहले जब मैं थोड़ा जवान सीगा ना मैं catch वाले ना सी, but not this time. But it's a dot ball, 72 for 6.
Hey,
yeah, go on.
I was going to say, well, just a couple of overs to go with Madrid United Espas here, but can we just give them a huge shout-out once again?
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't have a 4-team series if it wasn't for the Madrid United Cricket Club this week.
Yeah.
So to Irfaq, and I know Ashraf has made the trip today, a 4-hour trip to make sure that this European Cricket Series in Granada was the best it could be, and I've absolutely loved that they've been here, and I know they've had to rotate through a few players to keep the teams coming on the park, but a huge thank you. Muchas gracias a todo el equipo.
Yeah, muchas gracias. And, well, we were talking about, are we going to see Arakswamy with the ball? And we are. Here he is, Thomas Arakswamy. I like this guy, you know. I like his bowling. I like the way he plays. He's very energetic. He's got a lot of energy. He's got a lot of passion, and it shows in his cricket. In he comes again to Jaiswal. Jaiswal hits it pretty well. Fielder won't be able to stop this. 6 carreras. Boom. Shaka lagya. I actually feel that both these batters will be a bit relieved that they've got a bit of pace coming onto the bat.
Yeah, it's been a funny old 2 overs. I mean, Samir really taking the slow bowling to extremes, but yeah, well, time to just go back. Try and make a couple of highlights for yourself. Jaiswal's trying. Again, he's had a huge couple of weeks and played for the Blues in Madrid last week. I mean, typically we see him in Hungary. Nice to see players, you know, getting opportunities. We've created this community that's so much better connected now in Europe. So, you know, Mana, for example, you know, he's played in Hungary. He's played in various other series. Croatia as well he's played in. But there were some questions about who he's eligible to play for. And he actually had the choice to try and qualify through UAE citizenship, but also through his residencies in Spain. But I think he hasn't played a full T20 international for Spain, but he's not far off. And we saw him this time last year playing for the Spanish A team.
He's got this well.
Oh,
dear. We could have seen a marvellous crowd catch. Jeez. Well, he gets a good round of applause for trying anyway. I like that. But he's not going to get a pint of Guinness for his efforts.
Now, the thing is, often you go home with your white trousers with the grass stain. But when it's the jeans and when you're not actually even playing in the game, it hits different. Granada's Player of the Year. Can you even believe Granada are still dropping catches, not even playing anymore. Anyway, at least he stayed upright for a while. Henschel will fire it in, and it'll just be a single. But I mean, Costa del Sol, they've certainly done the business here. Sunset Consultants versus Costa del Sol. It's the final most would have predicted, and to me, it's too close to call. Last ball for Thomas.
It's launched into Gea, shaka la gea, que wa, que genial, que grande. As Ajay Jaiswal smashes another big boundary. He moves to 20, and Krishna Adhikari is 24-14. But of course, this is all batting practice for them now. 6 balls to go, 93 for 6.
And once again, we see this trend in the game of the faster it goes out of the bowler's hand, the faster it goes to the boundary. Interesting here from Sezi. Hello, Sezi, saying Arokia Swami reminds me a bit of Ashok Dinda, the Indian bowler. It's not a bad comparison, actually.
Okay.
Again, giving as many of the bowlers an over as possible. James Scott, who's had a happy knack of picking up wickets in the series, is going to bowl the 10th. Last over coming up.
And watch out, everybody! And in! And under the picket fence, as that one has been muscled to the boundary. Nice strike. Yeah,
very unsettling that we've got the roof in front of us, and there's certainly a fair bit of the ball's flight that we can't see when it's hit in our general direction. Anyway, full toss goes to the journey.
It's going to be just wide of the fielder. They'll take one.
Oh,
they're thinking of 2.
This is such a fox. Watch that. Oh. So Samir deliberately didn't chase that quickly, so they'd take 2, and then he just took 2 steps and fired it in, but he threw a wide to AJ. That's proper cunning from the 50-year-old there.
A better throw would have had him. That's for sure.
Such a fox. Yeah, we used to call that a fox. Oh, here we go. Kamikaze, living up to his name. Now they might get a run. They won't.
In, out, shake it all about arriba, bajo.
Do you know what it is? It's actually Jaiswal wearing the orange helmet that Adhikari was wearing the other day. So it's obviously to do with the helmet. That's the kamikaze helmet.
Oh, gone. Boom. Shaka lagia. That is a biggie. Eso es una grande. 6 carreras más, and that nearly hits a coach, I think. Something's going by. One thing we haven't mentioned, we have said that it is Father's Day here in Spain. Isn't it lovely that father and son are on the field of play playing cricket as well? Manav Naik and, of course, his dad, Samir Naik. What a great way to spend Father's Day.
Definitely. And they're going to play in the final together as well. I wonder if they'll make any changes, Costa del Sol. You wouldn't imagine so. I think they're putting their best 11 on the park they can get.
Bit of a miscue. Fielder's got work to do. Henschel picks it up beautifully. Great work. The batters, he's struggling here. Yeah, better throw, would have been in trouble again. Hey, back on this day, 1958, we've got to remember it well. Gary Sobers followed up his 365 with 2 more centuries in the next test against Pakistan in Georgetown, making it 599 runs in 3 innings.
I don't think I scored that many in my whole career.
The legend himself, Gary Sobers. Right, here we go.
Last ball of the qualifier. Here we go.
Hit hard, fielder is there, straight down his throat. They've done it again. Scott picks up his wicket, 1 for 16, and Adhikari, brave effort from him, 40 of 20 deliveries is going to fall, and Madrid United, his palace, will end their campaign going down in this match and being well beaten. 109 for 7, they'll finish.
Yeah, look, they did well to get 100 in the end from where they were. But I think Costa del Sol, I think the fielding, as we called it before the game, it was a huge factor in picking up those early wickets that kind of crippled the Madrid United Hispalis innings at the knees. But once again, can't say enough good things about Madrid United for their efforts, for their commitment to this competition. In the end, they just win the 1 game, but they certainly picked up a few individual highlights along the way, and we've loved having them once again.
Yeah, and I think they sum up what cricket in Europe sometimes is all about, don't they? It's players have to make huge sacrifices, travel vast amount of distances to play, and we really do appreciate their efforts. So well done to Madrid United, his palace. They've done superbly well, but also congratulations to the Costa del Sol. I think it could be described as probably a perfect performance in every element of the game.
Yeah, it's probably a fair assessment. I mean, not the biggest margin we've ever seen, but I just think they had a very professional attitude. Remember, they've made it all the way to the Spanish national T10 final a couple of times, and they've been pretty unlucky to miss out on the ECL. Looking at the I don't know, bit of
What's
running
going on
repairs
in the background there?
Putting the nets up.
Ah,
that's
is
what
that
they're
for
doing.
us? Are we going to have a net?
Yeah, well, maybe. We might not have much time because we're only 20 minutes away from the final. In that innings, Adhikari top scored with 40, 23 to Rizwan Abbas, 20 not out for Jaiswal. Plenty of good performances with the ball. 2 for 9, Manav Nayak, probably the best. 2 for 17, Fiaz. But remember, his first over started it all off. Singles as well for Henschel in his first match. And James Scott, wicket off the last ball. So, well, we're getting ready then for the final. And ECN 2.0, we're not going to keep you waiting too long because we're about, well, you can see there, 18 minutes away from the first ball. The toss will happen pretty much immediately. We'll let you know as soon as we can. Just go to the website, have a look at the final preview page. And, of course, the 11s. Sonseca Sultans have played the same 11 every game. So I'd be very surprised if we saw any changes for them. Costa del Sol, I think that's the team they're going with today. So we'll know officially in a couple of moments' time. But Rico, all set up. Come on, give us your tip for the final.
Yeah, I'm Costa del Sol. If they can take that performance into the next match, I can't see them losing it. I just believe that pace off is going to work, and maybe it's going to work against the Sultans as well.
Yeah, these two split their games in the group stage. I'll take the other side then. I say Sultans. They're still dirty about getting knocked out of the finals in Madrid last year, so maybe they'll dig deep and maybe they'll sneak over the line. But you know what I really want? Golden Ball final. It's been 99 games since a Golden Ball. We'll be back in around about 16 minutes time. Toss to come, teams to be named, and then trophy to be given away. Who will it be? Will it be the swinging Sonseca Sultans or the men from Costa del Sol to win the final? Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me, and we'll see you very shortly for the exciting conclusion of this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, bienvenidos de nuevo. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico for with me. It's finals time in Granada, and you got to say it, the two best teams of the week are here, and that is the trophy. And you know, it's pretty big, 'cause it's as big as Rico's head and the top half of his body, according to the camera. But look, Sonseca Sultans winning the toss, electing to field. Costa del Sol, I think for them, good toss to lose again. I think they like putting runs on the board. They certainly defended very well in that qualifier, sweeping aside Madrid United Ispalis. But what a brilliant finish this will be to what's been an amazing tournament. And the big news is Henschel out to open the batting with Manav Nayak for CDS.
Yeah, well, he had a good game last time. Manav Nayak has been in great form, and he's having the rub of the green as well here in Granada. I think we're in for a really good final. But yeah, both teams, I think, are happy with the result of the coin toss. I think Costa del Sol, they've been batting well first. Why change what's been working for them?
Yeah, interesting. But I mean, they have often lost an early one as well. Look, big hello to all our viewers. You've been absolutely great on this first tour of Spain, and stay with us. It's going to be a brilliant final. Let's get to the action now. Interesting also the tactics that we see bowling-wise. One thing about Sonseca Sultans, they've played the same 11 every single game, and this is no exception. Costa del Sol unchanged from the qualifier. Here we go with big Khurshid to get us going, and it's not quite off the middle for Manav Nayak. But he will be off the mark. Has a bit of a habit of being dropped early lately, Manav, but going on to hurt the opposition.
Yeah, Kawa Khurshid, he could be a big player here. The same way we know that Manav Nayak could be for the Costa del Sol with the ball and also with the bat. He's had a very good tournament so far, has Kawa.
Henschel then. First ball he's faced in the series. He flashes. Is he gone? He's out! He's been caught behind. Feather edge. Dylan doesn't like the call at the purple team. They are up and about. Henschel doesn't want to go. Well, he better go. And it will be the first wicket. High drama here. Another golden duck for an opener on finals day. And Costa del Sol 1 for 1.
Yeah, he doesn't like it, but he's going to have to get a wiki. Wiki the duck, the robo duck is going to see him off. I mean, yeah, that's not nice to see from Dylan Henschel. Of course, it's the final. It's a big moment. He wanted to make a mark in this match. But if the umpire puts the finger up, you do have to go. Great bit of bowling outside the off. Henschel tries to go after it. Must have just got the slightest of nicks on it. There was no doubt about it from Arif Hassan. He went up straight away, as did the bowler. And the umpire agreed with the appeal and believes there was a nick on that. So Henschel, he'll go without scoring.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Khurshid and the importance of his all-round skills. Tall man, bowls thunderbolts and hits bombs, and will be Akshay Ruthor. Better on the last game. I suppose the only positive you'd say for Costa del Sol, only one ball used up. And they still have plenty of batting to come, strengthen their team. I think this is the strongest team we've seen from them this week. Dylan, to put it mildly, he doesn't think he hit it. Nicked. Fielder's there. Eventually fields it, and one run. Ruthor's off the mark.
Yeah, they've got plenty of depth in their batting, and I think you're absolutely right. Getting out first ball and out the way, I know it sounds terrible to say, is a lot better than the batter going out there, swinging, missing, and looking very cagey. It's not going to cheer Henschel up, but if the result goes their way, he'll be a happy Larry chap. Here comes Khurshid again.
Wow, it's good ball. Extra bounce. That's something we didn't see too much of in Madrid last week. This pitch has a little bit extra for the Pacers. I wouldn't say it's an express pitch. But yeah, Manav Nayak, he's been the in-form player. I'm happy that they've stuck with him opening. I think it was his idea. It was coming in kind of 3 or 4. Get him up there. He's in form. He's making good choices. He's a really good barometer of the final. Pushes him back. Once again, beaten pace. They won't get a run here. So this is a brilliant opening over from Khurshid, not unlike the first over delivered in the qualifier in the second innings by Fiaz Ahmed of Costa del Sol.
Well, Manav Nayak gets cut in half by that one, and he's not shy to let everybody know that he gets hurt. I love the matchup between these two, 95 to 98. Kawakushit just has the few extra points that might have. Oh, the fielder. Yard. I think I think that's 4. I think that's 4 runs. Yeah. He touches the rope and the ball at the same time. That's waka. Well, मेरा ख्याल है ना इन्हों कहना चाहता थोड़ा पानी बीच पा लिया कर. He said maybe he's still struggling from the Guinnesses the other night, but should have stopped that.
Get the forensics team out. They'll find the threads under his fingernails. He definitely had some of the rope as he pulled it back. End of the first over, 6 for 1. To be fair to Waka, he got the kind of double Tortuga with the side spin on the ball. It spun to the right, it spun to the left. And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get anything on it, and it just touched the rope. So 6 for 1 after 1. Great start. Sultans knocked out of the finals in the first final. The eliminator last year in Madrid. They have waited 12 months to have this opportunity. I called it at the end of the last game. I just think that's still very fresh in their memory. Here's Raj Kumar to bowl over number 2. Once again, good areas there. It's kind of traditional areas so far from the 2 big right armers.
Yeah, I was going to say with Kawakushit, he's a tall guy, isn't he? So if he bowls sort of a length, he's certainly getting good lift. It's not probably the same for Raj Kumar. He's not as tall, but he's still getting good reward for bowling short of a length. He's hitting the seam, and he's getting that extra little bit of bounce.
Step out of his creases, Rathore crunches it, but straight to cover, and that's the 2nd wicket down. Amish Shaukat with the catch. And Costa del Sol have lost a 2nd wicket. Raj Kumar delivering. And CDS 6 for 2 in the 2nd.
Raj Kumar doing it Bollywood style. Very much a Bollywood name, isn't it, Raj Kumar? But it was a bit of a nothing shot from Rathore. It was almost like he was hurried into it, didn't make good contact, and it just sailed leisurely into the hands of the fielder. And the Sonseca Sultans, they're not making the same kind of mistakes that we saw Hispalis in the last match. And now it's Costa del Sol that have lost 2 very quick wickets. 6 for 2, just 8 balls gone in the final.
I think the shot was on. I mean, this is one case where the infield's up, so you just got to get it over the infielder. But when you try to elevate, there's always that little risk that it's not out of the middle. That was towards the bottom of the bat. Made a decent sound, but Sharkup was patrolling, and he took the catch. New batter coming out. Probably a regular opener as well, Akila Ratnayaka. I'm not going to say this is the reason, but Costa del Sol, they tinkered with the opening combination there. Henschel obviously not paying off. Should have Killer been opening effectively, is here, coming in after just 8 balls bowled. Watches a wide pass by first up.
I like this matchup here. Raj Kumar bowling to Akshay Rathore, who's been in very good form. He's been hitting runs for fun. Remember, he scored another half century in the match before this, and he's got a good partner out there with him. This is a very crucial partnership for the Costa del Sol.
Sure is. They do bat deep, but they don't want to bat deep too quickly. Here's Raj Kumar. In and played away nicely into the gap. Excellent timing there from Ratnayaka, off the mark with 4. Didn't try to hit that too hard. Well struck.
Very good shot. He watches the ball onto the bat. He knows what the field set is. Plays particular attention to get over the top of the ball and gets it played away. Quick field check for you. The 2 men out in the power play was the mid-wicket, but I think he's being brought in here, is he? I think there might be one. Yeah, he does. They bring him in and they put a backward point back. Long on is the other fielder bat. So following the ball slightly here.
130 is the par for me in this final. Another ball outside the off stump, swung and missed, but wide is called. Looking at these two teams, well, we had the only split series. In fact, no, we had a day split series with Granada and Madrid United splitting their games as well. But when these 2 teams played, it was honours even with match 7. Costa del Sol 133 defeating the Sultans 127. Shaukat almost getting them over the line. Well, speaking of Shaukat, here he is again. He's caught one. Can he catch another? He can't. Oh. Down it goes. I had too much time to think about that one. And Amish Shaukat, he'll be so disappointed. That was a huge opportunity to get Ratnayaka.
Oh, wow. What an opportunity. Can the catch when he pariya the ball ne minu punje set ditta. Kabaddi style, kabaddi. Thalle gaya banda, Talege ball. Talege a chance. Huge opportunity to remove the dangerous Ratnaika.
Oh, like Voldemort, you mention his name and he just gets conjured up. Couldn't catch the high ball. Now this one's straight and hit well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Ratnaika makes him pay. Raj Kumar be tearing his hair out. Still one to go in the over. Yeah, so match 7, it was Costa del Sol 133, Sultans 127. And match 8, Costa del Sol set 130. Sultans chased it down. But what you can see out of those two games, Costa del Sol posted very similar scores, 133 and 130. And that for me, once again, is around about the par. Breakneck speed to the start of this final. You wouldn't expect anything less. Swing and a miss, gets through the keeper 4. No, it'd be 5. Wide has caught a minimo. And the death grip getting loosened ball by ball in the second over.
Little moments in a match, little moments in an innings can make such a big difference. I think that catch going down, I saw a lot of heads going down, and then the bowler bowls wide, a minimo. This could be a changing moment in the match here.
Shot on a reef on the second bounce. Now he's got more work to do. Overcompensation. What? Look at this over. So weird. Started so well. Dot wide. Sorry, dot wicket. Then wide 4, wide 2, 6. Minimo wide. So there's been 8 runs in wides in this over. There's been 12 runs off the bat in this over. There's been a wicket and a dot in this over. And this over is still an over. There's still a ball to go.
It's gone magical as well. Can Kuma finish well? Can he get one on the money?
Something's going to happen. And up over the top. Another chance. He's gone. Well, 2 wickets in the over. And Raj Kumar, we might have had 3, but instead he has 2. A killer, lucky, and then unlucky, all in the same over. Licorice, all sorts, supreme, and it's 26 for 3 after 2.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? We saw the change in the field because we saw a shot played there by a killer beautifully along the ground for 4 runs. They made the change straight away, and I said then, following the ball maybe? Not at all. They set the trap, and Raj Kumar bolts outside the off, and a killer, Ratnaka, I think the moment he hit it, he thought, oh no, they moved the fielder there. The fielder did not have to move, straight into these hands, and it's a magical over, but 2 wickets fall in it as well. 26 for 3.
Great catch by Iqbal down there as well. That's Kashif Iqbal. Took it pretty comfortably about waist high, but it's a genuine catching position, especially when people are trying to go up and over the offside. It's a thick outside edge. Change of over then. Here's Khurshid to Nayak. 2 of the stars of the tournament colliding here at the start of the 3rd over. New batter out there, by the way, is Talim Chowdhury, and let's see if he can recapture some of the form of yesterday. But right now, you'd much rather be in the shoes, I think, of the Sultans. Despite the run rate being okay, 3 top order wickets gone.
These 2 batted well earlier. Talim, of course, made 23 today as well. So he's seen the ball pretty well. I like the fact that they're going back to cover here because I think Khurshid could make something happen.
Might bowl out the openers, actually. Oh, good delivery. Really good delivery to get first up, and Chowdhury's lucky he doesn't nick it.
He's fired up, isn't he, for this? He's bringing his best to the final as Kawa Khurshid, top player, top performer. He's giving all the batters some difficulty with that heavy ball that he's bowling, and I think he's getting it to nip back in as well, Vinny. That's why it's even harder to play.
Long off and deep third of the 2 outfielders. Chelsea's trying to bowl outside off. This one's pretty straight though, and a wild swipe isn't connected with.
You know, with the amount of bounce he's getting, and he's getting the batters to play and miss, it wouldn't be a bad idea if they've got a very short, straight third. He's kind of at fly slip. I would maybe have him up a bit, maybe put moving a second slip, because there could be an edge coming in.
I'd probably go the other way and say an edge will probably fly to the boundary. I'd probably put him back and bring the long off up. You just can't see him getting banged over long off for 6 at the moment.
Ooh, that's what we're talking about, myself and Vinny. What do you think in the chat? Would you put a slip in there, or would you push the third back? What are your thoughts, people?
The other thing is when you put in a slip, when's the last time you saw one actually caught? the thing here for Chowdhury is no real definition in his footwork. He's just got to staying there, not making a real movement forward or back. Knows he's losing the battle here. 2 to come in the power play. Once again, extra bounce doing the trick. Hate to say it, this might be one ball that you do get a bit careful and just don't lose another wicket to him. The over's a write-off, really. Only one off it. And the only good news for Costa del Sol is this is Khurshid's last ball of the final.
Exceptional bowling. I wonder if he goes full here. I wonder if he tries to, the element of surprise, the Yorker delivery, or maybe the slower ball. Let's see.
I wouldn't change it. He's so close to nicking each one of these. Oh, he does go a bit fuller, and nice shot by Chowdhury. He really was baby in the corner, wasn't he? As he dotted up 4 times. They were scoring with a fork, Rico, but he comes back with 4 of his own. And at the end of the 3rd over, it's 31 for 3. But what a great spell from Khurshid in the final, 1 for 11.
Excellent bowling from a top player. It really is very well done. I'm going to talk about something that you will appreciate. 1878, one of cricket's most enduring characters is born. Stephen Yabba Gascoigne.
Yabba. And they still have Yabba's Hill. He was basically a larrikin. He was a guy who just basically sledged opposition players from his part of the field, on the hill.
He was a fixture on the hill, and he was had his unique type of barracking that made him a household name. He passed away in 1942, but almost a century later, the SCG gained a new stand where Yabba had perched himself all those years ago. The structure was named Yabba Hill.
Do you know his most famous expression that he'd yell at opposition bats?
God tell me.
It's very Australian of the time. I'll tell you after this ball, because Raj Kumar predictably is getting bowled out in the 4th. Nice cut, finds the fielder. Manav, he'll tend to just run on the hit, saying, we're both going to run, and if you're good enough to pick it up clean, you hit the stumps, good on you. But it hasn't happened too often in this series when he hasn't been fielding. Yeah, so his most famous expression was, "Have a go, you mug." Have a go, you mug. But he had plenty of other good ones. All right, gets on the front foot now. A bit more confidence from Chowdhury. Well, has to play catch-up, and he does. Maximo, 6 over deep mid-wicket.
So what was it? Have a go, you mug. Have a go. Well, Chowdhury has a go, and he smashes it out of the park. 6 runs.
I know it's the final. I shouldn't get sidetracked, but you've got me wanting to look up other Yabberisms. There's some pretty good ones out there. Comeback ball from Raj. I think it's going to be shorter. It is shorter. And he goes for it. It flies all the way back. Has it gone all the way? Waiting to find out. It has. Maximo. Well, sometimes you can see the future. And when he got driven down the ground, I just knew that next one was short of a length. But Kashif almost came back into play, but he had to watch it sail over his head for a 6.
Who'd want to be a captain? Look, what a predicament. He went for 20 runs, but he picked up 2 wickets. Do you go back to him or not? Personally, me, I think I wouldn't have done. But Raj Kumar gets another go, and he's been hit for 2 big boundaries. 6-6 is the way it's gone here so far. Kumar probably bowling more or less the same length as Kawa Khurshid, but he doesn't have the height and he doesn't have the extra bounce. And I think that's what the issue here is at the moment. We've got a slight delay before we get another ball out there. So come on, give me someone else. What you got?
Well, I'm looking them up now, but he probably has them all listed somewhere. But yeah, I mean, he lived to a decent age as well. Lived to 63. So yeah, I wish you were a statue and I were a pigeon. That's one of them.
What?
Did you hear that? I wish you were a statue and I were a pigeon. I know it took a second to register.
I love it.
I got more of them. Well, not a good ball and tough one. They should get an extra one here. Well, good throw to the bowlers then might have been interesting, but didn't have a lot of power. And they'll scramble through 2 free runs. Okay, yeah, so Douglas Jardine during the Bodyline series was trying to swat the flyers away, and he said, "Leave those flyers alone. They're your only friends here." Bowl the you-know-what, a grand piano, and see if we'll play that instead. And then some that I can't repeat. Wide again. This time they won't get the extra run.
Kuma, well, he's not. He's kind of been the Bollywood villain here, maybe. I mean, he'll say he's got 2 wickets, but he's given away a lot of runs. When you look at the 2 overs from Kawakushi, 6 and 5 coming off him. Raj Kumar went for 20 of his first. He's already gone for 16 in this one.
I'll finish with one more, which is directed at bowlers, so you'll probably appreciate it. Round the wicket then. Doesn't get really anything on this, Manav, and a rare dot ball since the run of dot balls. Hey, so the last one, yelling to an opposition bowler, your length's lousy, but you bowl a good width.
We'll have to write some of these down. We could use that one.
The statue pigeon one's very good because it's not swearing, but everyone knows what you mean.
What he's saying, yeah. 2
to come in the 4th, 2 to come for Raj. He leans back and he nails it, and it's going to be 6. Landing on the rope, Maximo. He gets down and dirty, almost like a game of Twister after midnight, but he's able to get under the ball there and gets the minimo Maximo, 50 metres on the dot.
Madhav Nayak is in some form at the moment, isn't he? And that's his trademark shot. He loves to play this area where square leg and fine leg are. And now as a result of that, they have pushed a few of the back. I think the captain himself has gone back there. Let's see if he makes any difference here. But Raj Kumar, 42, he's gone forward with the ball to go in his spell.
Scoop might be on here, you know. No one at fine leg. He stands and he delivers, but he hits it straight to the field and he's dropped it again. I cannot believe my eyes. Madhav Nayak. Well, he's not El Gordo, but he might win El Gordo with this kind of luck. That is a regulation catch. Oh, well, channeling Manas Labuschagne, the most dropped batter in world cricket, but Manav's not too far behind. He'll retain the strike. 54 for 3 after 4.
Oh, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. The fielder did not have to move. Catch गया थले ये बहुत बड़ी wicket सीगी. ये catch फार होना ना मेरे ख्याल से Sultan's favorite हो जाना सी. But Manav gets dropped and oh yeah, you're right. I don't know. पता नहीं मैंने ना Manav अब सवेरे केरा पूजा करता पर जरा भी करता ना मैं भी करन लग पे ना because he gets so much luck. I cannot believe it.
Am I reading right? Kumar finishes 2 for 43.
Yep.
For someone that bowled overs 2 and 4. That's pretty unusual. Here's the slinger, Ayaz. It's probably when he gets it right, the most awkward of the Sultan's bowlers, although Krushik was pretty awkward early with the extra bounce he was getting. Hey, yeah, Phil G in the chat. Nice to see you, Phil. And the next ECN match, by the way, is Tuesday morning with the Challenger Series in Portugal getting underway. But, thick outside edge. That'll be safe. Will it go all the way? It won't. Fielder comes around, keeps it to 1. But he said, actually, yabba comes from an Aboriginal expression, yabba yabba, which means to talk. I suppose we have a similar word in English, don't we, to jabber on.
Yeah, yabba. Well, I'm telling you, as we're talking about yabba, and we talked about yabba hill, I'm ready for the next Maximo to be a yabba yabba do. Well, it won't be this ball, though. That's a great delivery. It really is. When Yunus gets that radar right, the man with the multicoloured shoes, he's different away.
He'll be the first to admit he hasn't quite gotten it right this week compared to last year.
Yep.
But this is when it counts. He goes block hole again. Driven, but just a single. So, nice little run of quiet deliveries for the Sultans. So, by the way, starting on Tuesday, it is the Challenger Series in Portugal. 5 teams playing Tuesday to Sunday. Phil G will be there. Slower ball. Doesn't bowl that often, but loses the handle. Some good news as well. This is something I can drop. I dropped it in the squad last night. Tina will also be there for, I think, day 3, and she'll be able to commentate to the end of the series and maybe even the start of the Premier. So, yeah, Phil, I know you're very excited that the G-Force will be back. Another slower ball. He tried it again. That's pretty gutsy. So, you know, sometimes you give what the batter wouldn't expect. I certainly wouldn't have expected another one. And just caught Chowdhury off guard. So Fighters, CC, as well as Werewolves, Lisboa Panthers, Falcoish, and Team Tigers Portugal are the 5 teams in the Challenger. Nice looking drive. Ayers gets a hand on it, but single, No real issue. That'll be the end of the 5th over. Brilliant over, just 5 off it. It's been a feast or a famine so far, really. 59 for 3. Welcoming you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full. We have the trophy somewhere.
We do have the
Gave
trophy.
it away?
No. I'm guarding it because a lot of people are after this beauty. It is a beautiful trophy. It's absolutely fantastic. And question is, which one of these two teams will be taking it home?
Shocker of a start for Costa del Sol, really, but there's a lot of cricket still to be played, and we know these games, they can to and fro. But, yeah, obviously not quite where they wanted to be, I think, runs-wise at 5 overs. But like we said last time in the qualifier, the end of their innings, when they were batting, they won it, and they were able to carry that momentum through to the second half. Here's Waka Zafar. Wild swing first up. Chowdhury losing his shape there, and a top ball to start the 6th. Yeah, by the way, in Portugal, just mentioning those challenger teams, Fighters, Werewolves, Panthers, Falcoish and TTP. Starting with Werewolves versus the Panthers in the first game. Oh, he does get that, though. High. Ayers goes back to the wall, but it's out of here. Maximo catches up, does Chowdhury with 6 of the best.
Good crunch. That sounded good. Yeah, important shot that for Chowdhury because there's been a couple of dot balls to him. And I saw very smartly, might have Nike at the other end, just said to him, hey, calm down. You're in a bit of a rush. Slow down. Concentrate your timing. And the very next ball, boom. Shakalagya, or as we'll say, yeah, badabadoo.
More Fred Flintstone than Gascoigne, but anyway, next one's hit, and is it going to get over? It does. Well, if you had one fielder you wanted in that position, it's Khurshid. I think it burst through his hands for 6.
It does. He palmed it over like a goalkeeper, hitting this ball over the crossbar. It was a chance. It was a spicy one. But he doesn't take it, and just look at the body language there, Waka. He's not up in chat, but all of a sudden, Chowdhury has come good again.
Back-to-back Maximos. Now goes, but has he picked out the fielder? Well, he did on the line, but doesn't carry, just a single. So the other thing is the Premier Series starts on Monday the 30th of March, and that has Marlow, Oweresh, Punjab CC Amadora, Lisbon Super Giants in there. Low risk shot. He knew there was a gap there. He just leaned on it, played it a bit later, and he has 4 to show for it.
Most dangerous, yes, but also the most fortunate. He's had a mountain of luck where we are in Granada, where we've got the Sierra Nevada behind us. But he's had a mountain of suerte. Good shot. Should just be a single.
Picks out the sweeper. They'll only get a single. End of the over. And in the end, 18 off that one. Costa del Sol. Walking sticks, 77 for 3 on 128 pace at the moment. Okay, so we have 4 days off. The next game you'll see will be on Tuesday morning, and it's a slightly later start to here in real terms. So it's 9:30 Portugal time, but remember they're an hour behind. So it'll actually be 9:30 local, which is GMT. It'll be 10:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. And the other thing is, not this weekend, but next weekend, the clocks go forward. So that will just throw us for a bit of a loop as well. But stay tuned, of course, on the website, europeancricket.com. You can see all that information. That website is getting improved day by day. So, yeah, Phil, looking forward to your efforts, and also really excited that Tina will be back. And for both of them, it's their first taste of ECN 2.0. Thanks for your support over the first tour, the Tour of Spain. Anyway, here's Majid. He's been pretty handy picking up wickets this week. He is a different kind of bowler. He's face off. He's a dibbly-dobbler, to use a bit of a throwback term, but he's been pretty effective.
He has been. I called him the Kojak of cricket. He's certainly got a bit of Telly Savalas about him, hasn't he? And I love the shades.
Look at the Manhattan. Feast or a famine, like I said. This time it's hit well, but hit straight to the fielder. So it seems that the odd-numbered overs have been cheap, and the even numbers over have been expensive so far.
You know, in Spain, we like a little bit of the manos arriba, manos abajo, arriba, abajo, arriba, abajo. That's exactly what that Manhattan looks like at the moment, a bit up and down.
Chowdhury on a bit of a heater. Tries to launch into this and right off the end of the bat, Shaukat thinks he's Ronaldo. Starts to make a move on the outfielder out there, but they'll only get one.
I want to say hello to all of our viewers, particularly all the Bangladeshi viewers. They'll remember that back on this day in 2017, made their 100th test an unforgettable one by beating Sri Lanka for the first time and away from home in Colombo.
Wow. Tries to upset the length of Majid here, but Majid, again, just hard to get away. Doesn't bowl too many bad balls, and he's got the field well set. Again, they kind of know, especially with Manav, he's going to play offside if it's bowled offside, so they're protecting that pretty well. They've got the deep point back. And a few people saying with the G-force back together, that means G for golden balls. We're 99 matches without a golden ball at the moment. Wild swing from Chowdhury. Gets the wide call, though.
Ooh, he doesn't like it. I mean, the batter does come charging down at this, but that shouldn't make a difference if it misses the line. It misses the line. But you can see a bit disappointed, Majid. He thought he was going to finish what was an incredible over so far. Only 5 from it. He's still got a couple of balls to go, though.
This is hit very late and gets away from the fielder momentarily, but he jumps on it. That's Zahid Rafiq there, so just a single. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point you make. Manav has been lucky, but I suppose he's made the most of the missed opportunities, and that's what you got to do in any form of the game, but especially in this form of the game when there's been wickets falling around you. Bit of a drought, though, in boundaries, though. That's 5 balls since the last one. None this over. Oh, this could be gone. Is it off the glove? Wow. Maybe off the shoulder. It took a big deflection. In the end, they seem fine with it. Manav did get down low. I thought maybe it was glove to shoulder. Umpires in the best position said it was off the shoulder. I know it hit the shoulder because the ball slowed down a lot. Still well taken by Arif, but no wicket.
He came down the trap there, and that was very good from Majid. Said, right, okay, I'm going to bang it in short. But Manav was kind of expecting that. He'd be disappointed that he didn't actually get that away.
No fight leg at all. So he gets anything on that significantly. Here it goes to the boundary or over. Last ball of a great over by Majid. And he does launch into it. Well, we had to wait for it, but then it came. It's on the road. Heads up, Maximo, as Nayak finishes the over with a bang, but still a good one from Majid. Just 12 conceded at this point of the game. Costa del Sol, 89 for 3 after 7.
Wasn't that a glorious looking stroke? He held the pose beautifully as well. Shakavi Maria apni pose bhi bahut changi tarah hold kiti. One thing about that over was Majid was so angry that wide was called, because if it wasn't for that wide, there wouldn't have been that Maximo. So that was a call that certainly went in the way of Costa del Sol, 89 for 3 after 7.
Good point. Good analysis there. Here's the far back for the 8th. This is up and under. This will find the gap as well. How far did it go? Far enough. Maximo Chowdhury, 39 now. He's actually outscoring Manav Nayak.
That was effortless. It was effortless. Just rocked back, hit it over the top. A great hit. Now, I was talking about that Bangladesh win in 2017. Shakib Al Hassan made 100, and nearly everyone else chipped in, including debutant Musaddiq Hussain, who scored 75, coming in at number 8. Great day that for Bangladesh back in 2017.
Story of a generation, Bangladesh. They really did struggle when they were brought into the top flight for quite a while, but obviously become more and more competitive the more top level of cricket they've played, and that again is an argument for playing against good teams. Raka with a comeback ball, and he does want it. Does he clear the fielder? He does. Maximo, hundreds up as well. Chowdhury to 45 in the final. Well, he got a bit of a working over early, but he is still there and he's still a force, and this could be the first time we've seen kind of a run of good overs here in 6, 7 and 8.
Arriba, abajo, eso es. Arriba, 6 carreras más. ¿Y qué ahora?
Good comeback from Zafar, but Chowdhury happy to knock it for a single. Hey, I like this as well with Tina and Phil G together, the G-Force. I think they're talking about G and T next Tuesday. Well, I think it'll be Thursday before Tina's there. They're saying, enjoy your G and T while you listen to T and G.
I like that.
Wow, makes an early movement there. He's looking to clip. Changed his mind and got a bit safe with it there, Manav Nayak. Chowdhury, 46. Bit of a difference maker here in turning this innings around.
He's been instrumental with the bat. Every time he's got out there, no matter what number, he's scored runs.
Oh, wide, but bit of a lazy bit of keeping from Arif, who then is determined to cover his own blush. This will probably be a wide plus 2 extras, so 3 wides, but Arif, slight just loss in concentration there. He took his eye off the ball. He's had a pretty good week with the gloves. I was talking to him about his keeping. He said, I haven't been doing much of it. I think he's got good fundamentals. He's got good hands. He's taken some good catches in the series. But be disappointed there. He gives away a couple of extra runs.
Yeah, Waka Zaffa will be disappointed himself as well with his bowling. 35 he's given away. Still got 2 balls still to bowl.
Oh, well, surprises. Chowdhury with a bit of extra bounce, so just knocked down for 1 more. Zafar's also kind of gone for a few, hasn't he? None for 36. He's got 1 more ball to try and pick up a wicket. Nayak on strike.
I'm loving that graphic there. It shows you where a lot of these deliveries have been. And one thing I've noticed that they've kind of been what I like to call the hit me zone, but they haven't all been put away because Kawa Kushad just gets that extra bounce.
Tries to get forward. Bit of a messy squirt out to the leg side. A little bit of bat in it. So that'll be 1 to Nayak. He's 31. Chowdhury 47. It's 108 for 3 after 8. It's really interesting what you say there. Sometimes what you call the hit me zone, it really depends on the bowler. So someone like a Khurshid, when he pitches it there, they're jumping, they're awkward to play. Bowlers with a bit of pace, it's kind of top of the stumps, which I know Corey's always saying is a good length to bowl. But if you are, let's say, a little bit more pedestrian, then it becomes the slot. So it's quite, depending on who's bowling, that graph can be a bit misleading because not all bowlers are created equal.
Nothing misleading about that. Quite beautiful. The only city in the world where you can ski in Europe, I think more to the point, where you can ski and also go to the beach on the same day. It's quite believable.
I'd like to see the new batter coming in on skis. So that you let him go from the top of the mountain, get him in.
Yeah, some discussion here. What's going on? Does he need another helmet? Probably does.
I think he wants to retire thirsty.
No way. No way.
Not really retiring, he just wants a drink.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way he wants to retire.
Sorry, not retired thirsty, tired and thirsty.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a bit of a drink there.
If you have been batting a while, then sometimes the umpires will let you have a drink.
I talked a little bit about Bangladesh. On this day in 1988 was the birth of the tall and bustling pioneering Afghanistan quick, Dalawat Zadran. He was quick. I used to love him coming in. And he really changed. And I think him being in the side and a few of those other players was the one that got Afghanistan up and going.
Yeah, well, he kind of saw them go from, Division 7 or something, and then all the way to World Cups and basically test status in the end as well, Afghanistan. It's a really good story. And just the timing of his career coincided with a huge leap forward in Afghan cricket. Anyway, here we go with Ayaz Yunus bowling out in the 9th. Very good start. That's his go-to.
Yeah.
Pitch the ball on the crease, just inside the tram line, and Nayaz can't chop down on it.
Yeah, his first over only went for 5. I'm very surprised they haven't pushed the third right back on the boundary because the way he's zipping it through, that's where I think Manav might be looking to guide this.
130s here. Costa del Sol. Nayak goes up and over cover. That's a brilliant shot. And it goes the journey. Maximo. Not an easy shot at all. The difference between that ball and the ball before, there's a bit of length on it, and Nayak made the most of it.
Exquisite. The way he goes down on one knee and still manages to come up right under the ball and hit it out of the park. That's a great hit. That's another banger.
Normally helps if you are a good offside player to Yunus. Slower ball this time. And the other thing with Yunus, his action is unusual, but his arm is straight. It's just it's not straight up in the air. You're allowed to have a more angular, slingy action. It's not a natural thing for most people, but for Yunus, obviously it is. Chowdhury on 47. Hit back, almost hits his non-striker, almost hits the umpire, but he hits the boundary, and it's 50 for Chowdhury in the final. A 21 ball, half century. Well, come the moment, come the man. And with the mountain in the background, it's a mountain of boundaries that have set up this Very, very useful knock from Chowdhury, 50 off 21 balls.
बहुत अच्छी हाफ सेंचुरी चौधरी कहते बैट नहीं है तलवार मैं कट के मारनी बट के मारनी.
Well, it goes again, but this is a bit of a slice job. Shaukat, he's had the yips and he's dropped another one. They'll only get one. He caught the first one, but suspect under the high ball. That was a real chance to get Chowdhury, who's on a heater. Even though we're coming to the end of the innings, it would have put a new batter out there. Chowdhury dropped on 51. Last ball of the over to come. Nayak on strike.
Oh dear. And Eunice not happy. Shoka again puts it down. Chowdhury gets alive. Moves from 51 to 52.
Last ball for Eunice. And he gets kind of sat down, swept away. It's 4 runs to Nayak. He's been overshadowed somewhat by Chowdhury, but he won't mind. Eunice just doesn't look fully fit for me. Just not quite the same zip we saw from him last year. And a few slower balls in there. He certainly is an iconic action, an iconic cricketer on the ECN, but in the end, he'll finish none for 21. 124 for 3, and we're on at this stage for that 130s I talked about. Some people have got the tingle. It's 99 matches since a golden ball at the moment. The last one was August last year. Is it meant to be? And look, it is. It's Kojak Majid to bowl the 10th. Can they finally get after him? I suppose now you've got nothing to lose. Not going to run out of wickets. Here we go. 10th over, and it's number 10. Short, nicked. Fielder's got it. Some work to do. It's a terrible effort, really, there from Rafiq, who offered the shin bone. And that, again, could be one of the differences between the two teams. I hate to hang anything on Rafiq there, but he had to try and get down to that ball. The result's 4 runs.
Kuchiku, no lollipops for Rafiki. That's bad fielding. It's bad fielding. And, yeah, Wasim Majid, if you could see his eyes, they would tell a story.
Wow, 130s on the cards, maybe more. This one's hit. They probably want 2 here. They'll probably get it. Fielder, clean pickup. Oh, well, didn't exactly run the first one hard there, Chowdhury. Maybe a bit of the fatigue factor coming in. But we will see Manak Nayak back on strike with a chance to bring up his own 50.
I cannot believe they haven't got anybody on this leg side boundary on the 45. Look, Manav's even looking at it and saying, that's where I'm going to hit it. He's seen the ball well. He's in the 40s. He's going to go down on one knee and try and flick it over.
He's predictable. So he's got a good idea where the ball's going to be. I think he's jumping across and lying down again. Well, he gets on one knee at least, and he goes out of the park. Maximo! Nayak to 48, 135. And now, this is already, in fact, the highest score Costa del Sol have scored against the Sultans. He thinks maybe it's his 50. It's not quite, but certainly pretty excited. 6 more to the total.
Boom shaka, boom, boom. 6 carreras más. Wasim Majid is under attack.
I think he's doing it now. Gets across, wants it again, end of the bat. Won't be able to score. Geez, this is an awesome total for this final. It's chaseable, it's defendable. It really was not much between these two teams at all. Very different looking teams, different tactics, different strengths, different weaknesses, but they are very, very evenly matched. That's why we're enjoying this final. 2 to come. Walks, hits, and that's 50 for Nayak in the final. Again, he's ridden his luck, brings it up off 27 balls. 139 now the score. We are looking at a 140s chase. 1 ball to come in the first innings.
Yeah, came walking down the track. Played the Hollywood shot there. Wasim Majid tried to bang it in short, but he hasn't got the pace really to trouble him.
What a partnership, though. When you think those 3 early wickets, remember Henschel nicking off first ball. The only positive we could find for CDS was they still had heaps of time to turn things around. They've made the most of it. You can see that on the Manhattan here. Last ball. Steps across, gets a slow ball up in the air, and it's dropped, and I think it's gone for 6. It has. Maximo Yunus had to go all the way to the corner of the Goval. Gets hands on it, but it goes over the ropes. Nayak finishes winning the race at the last hurdle, 58-57, but what a partnership. Costa del Sol, they finished with a very similar score that they defended earlier. They finished 145 for 3 off the 10 overs.
Manav Nayak, Jera vi pujana hai svere karda. Mainu vi dasso, main Sameer nu puchunga ere papa nu So on Father's Day here in Spain, Mud of Light, the son of Samir, also in the side, gets a half century, dropped on 13, dropped on 52, helps Costa del Sol to a very good score of 145 for 3 in the final. That's going to take some getting.
Yeah, certainly will, but you wouldn't put it past the Sultans. That's the kind of pace that they did score at last time out against Costa del Sol. But again, how important will the opening be? I mean, Costa del Sol, they ended up getting away, but if they'd had a good start, they might have ended up kind of 160, 170 kind of territory. Look, for me, it's 10 over par. Sultans, though, I mean, they will rely quite heavily on Shaukat at the top. Khurshid as well. That will be really important. I suppose that Costa del Sol, they might have a bit more variety to lean back on with their slow and fast bowling options, right and left-handed options as well with the ball. But, yeah, well, I'll never get sick of that view, watching the players walk off and seeing the beautiful snow-capped mountain in the background. Just looking at the scorecard there, of course, it was chaos early, wasn't it? As we saw Henschel promoted to the top of the order, out first ball. We saw Rathore out for just 1. We saw Rathnayaka drop, but then caught for 12. But that brought together Manav Nayak and Talim Chowdhury. And yeah, in the end, it's 145 for 3. We'll take a break and we'll see you shortly, live from Granada. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Granada, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this highly touched final between Costa del Sol and the Sonseca Sultans. Costa del Sol batting first, 145 for 3 after the 10 overs. Had a bit of a rough start, did CDS, but they rebounded, and there was counter rebounds from the Sultans. In the end, I think Costa del Sol, they'd be reasonably satisfied with the 145. Sultans, though, last time out, they chased something almost as much as this against the men in blue. They are going to go out there. And interestingly, they're going Kashif Iqbal to open with Amir Shaukat. So we don't see Khurshid at the top of the order. So a bit of a slight change there. Vinny Sanderhim is to Maximo Rico full with me. And Rico, well, one thing's for sure, both these teams are desperate to get their hands on this trophy.
Very much so. Costa del Sol after 147 was enough to get them that win against Hispales. Now is 145 going to be enough here? 146 the target. Everything to play for. One guy who gave them the perfect start in the last match has got the ball in his hand. In he comes. Here's the first one, Faiz Ahmed.
Oh, hits him in front. Umpire has a think. Thinks it's going down the leg side. Interesting, Khurshid, he's had a big workload. We saw him bowling very, very well, opening the bowling. But yeah, a bit of a surprise for me that he's not out there opening the batting.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably deciding that Kashif Iqbal, I think he batted well yesterday, didn't he? He scored some good runs. So that's perhaps the plan, is to see how he goes. Can he give them a good start? Maybe they feel that he's more likely to go well in the power play.
Wow, little outswinger hit pretty well. Manav Naik won't be able to cut it off. Cuatro carreras, and Iqbal's away.
Well, if it's good enough to beat Manav Naik, then it's good enough to beat anybody. Manav, desperate effort. Manav ne kafi koshsh ki boundary stop karne par chauka lag gaya, 4 runs. So we're off and we're running.
Well, without going into too many details, let's just say that both these teams are very, very keen to win this game. There's a couple of flashpoints in this final so far. Kashif doesn't get under this one. It'll just be 1. So, yeah, basically 29 per 2 overs is the rate. Think of it that way. So if you break it up into little markers there, they'll want to kind of at least stay up with that rate, probably be ahead of it. Remember, Costa del Sol in the qualifier this morning did a really good really good job of shutting things down in the power play. Won't be easy against this strong Sultans lineup. Here's Shaukat ready to face for the first time. He had his struggles in the field, did hold one, dropped a couple. He's a big hitter. He tries to pull this, but it wasn't quite there. A bit too full to pull. And Shaukat, let's not forget, in that game that was decided by only 6 runs in match number 7, it was his half century that gave the Sultans a prayer at pulling off that chase.
Yeah. 94 he scored in 40 balls, and in fact, if he hit a 6 of the last ball, we would have had that golden ball.
Exactly. Interesting field here. They've got the 2 outfielders out deep mid-wicket and long on. And he does like that area. The other thing is, with Shaukat out there, he's a big hitter, but he's not necessarily known for his running between the wickets, maybe not as many singles, especially in the power play where there's just more infielders in the circle.
You're absolutely right. That's the downside. If he doesn't get going, Amir Shaukat, then he's not going to take the singles. So there's going to be a possibility of a few dot balls, and that we've seen here. This over's gone dot ball, 4-1, dot, dot. It's a perfect start again for the Costa del Sol boys.
Can't get bat on ball at the moment. That one sneaks in. So a very miserly opening over from Fiaz, who's been good in the first today. Let's see if they bring him back again. Last time they didn't go to plan. But right now, it's the Costa del Sol bowlers and fielders that win the opening. It's 5 without loss after 1.
Yeah, he's been on top form, hasn't he? He's 2 overs in the earlier match against Madrid United. His balance was perfect, and he started with a good one here again now. And I'm pretty sure they will. I think their plan is, if they can take that rate up above 20 in the first 3 overs, say in the power play, then it's the perfect platform for the spinners to bowl, because the batters are going to have to try and go after them. There's going to be no pace on the ball, and the opportunities will present themselves in the field. And I believe that, unlike the Sultans, Costa del Sol will hold on to their catches. Dylan Henshaw with the ball.
He's bowled him! And Dylan Henshaw, he's fired up, that's for sure. Iqbal plays all around. It was full, it was straight, and it cleans up the stumps. What a dream start for Henshaw. And the Sultans 5 for 1.
Great delivery. I mean, what a lovely action he's got. He's just coming in, great momentum, keeps it all the way through, gets the ball right up there, has got some pace about it, it's gone through and under the bat of Iqbal, knocks the timber over Jagdeep Hudde's style. That's the wicket, the early wicket that Costa del Sol wanted.
Wow. Wow. That's all I can say. Khurshid coming in now. And let's not forget, Khurshid got Henshaw in the first innings. Got him first ball. Interesting, Khurshid coming out at number 3. Well, pick your corner here. Henshaw right on target first ball. Has been struggling with a bit of a stomach virus, apparently. This is a one-on-one contest that could well decide this final. Wow, no ball called for overstepping, but it really climbed off a length. But Henshaw just driving a little bit too hard, gives away a run and a free hit. Probably a dream start then for Khurshid to get his innings going.
No better way for a new batter to get a no ball bowled, and means that unless he's run out, of course, he can't get out here. So he'll have a go at this no matter what.
Wow, it's short of a length. Belted, but straight to the fielder. So a slice of luck there for Costa del Sol.
Oh, well, I like that. I think Kawa just makes a bit of contact there to Henshaw and apologises straight away.
Yeah, I mean, that was
purely accidental.
That was incidental. You know, that's for sure. I mean, they're both looking at the ball. And to be fair, Henshaw, he ran straight in front of where Khurshid was running, because he was tracking the ball. But it's just one of those situations that has the potential to be a bit of a flashpoint, because we know Henshaw was very unhappy with the decision he got in the first innings. Let that be very known. Probably has some consequences coming for that. But right now, he's got the ball in hand, and he loses it down the leg side for a wide. So Henshaw's just got to be really conscious, and probably Khurshid too, of not letting that emotion get in the way of the clarity of the mind and the decisions required to be made in this situation.
Yeah, it's got to be very professional about this. I mean, even though he got that, well, he'll say it was a bad call. We can't comment on that. But his team still got to a really good score here. He's just got to play his part, his team part.
Wow, again, goes short of a length. Fast hands from Shaukat. But, well, busiest guy in Granada, Fiaz Ahmed at the moment, does the fielding. So, just a single. And for Khurshid, he'll get the strike back here. No boundaries since the second ball of the innings. Box office. Here's Henshaw. Sprays it a little bit wide. Is called. Just missing the tram line. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. How do you feel about this final? Well, Jay Wild saying it's a spicy affair, that's for sure. We've had some twos and fro's in the final so far. I'm sure there's plenty more to come in the second innings. Very kind of middle-of-the-road target.
Need to get a couple of boundaries away here, otherwise they're going to fall way behind this rate.
Well, he takes out the long handles as Khurshid, and that was creamed straight over the umpire's hat. Maximo! Statement put down by Big Kawa Khurshid.
Yeah, well, it was pitched up and it was thumped back down the ground. That went like a bullet. I get the feeling this next one may not be pitched up. Maybe he'll try the slower delivery. I think the batter, Kawa Khurshid, is probably thinking, right, this one's probably going to be a short one. Maybe the bowler can give him a double element of surprise and just get that slower delivery in.
Yeah, I mean, slow ball would be the last thing I'd expect right now. Dylan is just trying to translate that aggression into speed, you know, that emotion into speed, but he has to be smart. Bowling's a rhythm game. It's not so he's just sprinting in and moving your arms as quick as possible. He's got to find that rhythm. He's been a bit hit and miss so far in this over. You can see that with the extras.
Yeah, he's let himself down with the extras. It'd be interesting to see if the Sonseca Sultans can capitalise on the extra deliveries that they're going to get in this over.
So, couple to come in over number 2. Henschel versus Khurshid. Khurshid crouches, waits, gets full toss. He's going to get 4. Streaky won that time. Bowler wins the moral battle, but 4 runs on the scoreboard. Attempted Yorker just slightly over pitch. Khurshid jams down just in time.
Yeah, it wasn't probably quite where he wanted it to go, but in the power play, when you got these field restrictions, you need, and perhaps they desperately need a little bit of luck. Well, I said they needed a couple of boundaries in this over. Well, it's 6 and 4, and maybe Kawa Khurshid is hungry for more. He could be the key. I've said right from the beginning when he bowled that very first over that in the final, somebody like Kawa Khurshid could be the big player for the Sultans.
Well, these are the 2 that hurt them in different games in matches 7 and 8. Shawkat and Khurshid with big scores. Last ball of the second. Bit of respect there, and Henschel. Yeah. All hot air at the moment, really, but that's the end of the second over, and it is 20 for 1.
Yeah, much better over. 1988, hey, I'm loving this. Hayley Matthews was when she made a senior women's debut for Barbados when she was just 12. Kicked off her West Indies career with 3 ODI 50s on the trot. And when still in her teens, announced herself with a match-winning century in West Indies win over Australia, in the final of the 2016 Women's T20 World Cup.
I mean, Australia were at the mercy of the West Indies in that period, but yeah, that was an interesting kind of women's storyline there. What a dream start to your career as well.
12 years old, that's quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and think about how far the women's game's come since then as well.
Yeah.
It's in a generation. Anyway, they're going to go back to Fiaz Ahmed. See if he can bowl a better third over than before. Well, it doesn't have a great start. Short. And Shawkat swivels on it. Gets 4 runs.
One thing I remember saying when he made that 94, remember he failed to get his team to the victory. When they bowled short to him, he looked uncomfortable, and that seemed to do the trick. And I think here that Costa del Sol know that, done their homework, so they're not going to give him anything pitched up.
The line of that short ball wasn't right. It was outside the hip. Shawkat did well. Now it goes full and mistimed drive. Wait, has to get moving. It did eventually. Henschel couldn't pick it up cleanly. Just a single. Khurshid. Just feel he's a huge barometer for this match. You can see he's a man on a mission out there. Fiaz, this second over that he bowled earlier, which was also the last over of the power play. I think he's got away from him a little bit. Couldn't follow up his good first. Let's see if he can here in the final. Oh, it's a huge swing from Khurshid. Tried to put that one over the road and didn't really play the line of the ball. He is better when he plays straighter. I think that's one time he just lost his shape a touch.
Give credit to Fiaz Ahmed as well. I think he did take the pace of that delivery as well. So that's why it was played so early that time by Khurshid.
Bit of movement, as you say, but Khurshid tried to put it out of here. That is the genuine slower ball off the pad. Well, pick up. Throw comes in, but a leg by and scored. Shawkat gets the strike back. Remember, I talked about the 29 every 2 overs pace? Bit behind it, or about an over behind it at the moment. So it's been a power play won by Costa del Sol so far, despite a little run of 3 boundaries there across the end of the second start of the third over.
It'll be interesting if Amir Shawkat is still there when the spinners come on, how that goes, because he played the spin really well.
Slow ball, it does the trick. Shawkat just slightly bamboozled by that variation from Fiaz.
Yeah, he was made to look a bit silly there, wasn't he? It was very slow. It was also short, so he had the time, but again, just trying to muscle it rather than time it. And both these batters have been outfoxed by Faiz Ahmed's slower deliveries.
We haven't seen any spin either so far from Costa del Sol. They have a couple of good options. Last ball of the power play. Shaukat is gone. It's edged away, and a simple catch taken in the circle again. Seemed to be a slightly slower delivery. Samir Nayak at 50 years of age takes a couple of steps to his left. The former UAE international takes the catch, and Shaukat doesn't fire in the final, out for 6 off 8. And after the power play, Sultan's 26 for 2.
Excellent bit of bowling, really was. If you're a young man or woman and you're watching the cricket here right now, you can learn so much from that over from Kawal Khurshid. Very intelligent. He knows he has the pace and he can fire the ball in, but he's done his homework. He knows that these batters wanting that pace. So he's taken the pace off. He bowled it short of a length. He's got a few victories with the short delivery. And then for the last one in the over, he bangs it in short. Amir Shokar had to go for it. He needed to get something to show for in this over. And he just presents Amir with a catch. He goes, a wicket goes. Excellent bowling figures from Faiz Ahmed. Only the 10 of his 2 and that big wicket of Amir.
Interesting, they're going back to Henschel here to bowl out in the 4th. So again, we're going to get the box office clash once again. Field goes back, start of the 4th over. And he's gone! He's bowled him! And Dylan Henschel has hit the timber once again. Khurshid, he went for the ropes, but he came up short. And Dylan Henschel with 2 huge wickets in the final. And now the Sultans 26 for 3.
For me, that's a match. I know it's an early call, but Kawal Khurshid was probably the man who's going to get them back in this. They already need to go about 18 and over. He held the key for me. And with Waqar Zafar, the captain there, I saw his head drop as well. Kawal Khurshid done. And it's the same delivery that got Kashif Iqbal. It's full, it's fast, it's straight. It knocks the timber over and it's put the Costa del Sol in a match-winning position.
To be honest, it's a similar start that Costa del Sol had. I mean, if there's a positive for the Sultans, you'd say, you know, they did it to us. Let's do it to them. I suppose there's a bit of a difference, though, in that you can't imagine Costa del Sol will drop as many catches as the Sultans did. Their fielding's been a strength. New batter out there is Kashif Iqbal. Pretty confident looking drive first up. It'll only get a single. What a crazy game this is. Sultans were heartbroken last year. Knocked out in the first final in Madrid against Madrid CC, who chased 170 against them. Madrid CC haven't scored that many before or since, but they did that day, and it actually carried them all the way to the final. Another successful chase in the qualifier. Sultans have had 12 months to stew. And they're stewing. Henschel. Maybe a slightly slower, shorter delivery. Zafar, the captain, needs to play a captain's knock here.
Yeah, one thing that we often say about the T10 format, if you're a bowler, you've got to have your variations. You've got to be thinking of doing something different with every ball. And we've seen that from Costa del Sol. They really have worked hard on this. The bowlers know what they're doing. The fielders know where they need to be. They've been polished here today. In comes Henschel again. Lovely, smooth rhythm.
Once again goes full. Waqar gets a batter and it'll have to settle for 1. So yeah, the gamble to go back to Henschel pays off. He's delivered. And we talked about him having to keep his emotions in check. I mean, it wasn't a good look, let's be honest. In the first innings, was given out. Actually grew a beard in the time it took him to get off the field. But again, learn your lessons. Cricket's a long game. His teammates are able to rescue the innings. Swing and a miss this time for Kashif Iqbal.
I think it's gone just to plan here for Costa del Sol. I said at the time they probably won 3-4 overs. Use Henschel and Faiz Ahmed to really bring that rate up. They've done that. They've also got the luxury of picked up 3 very big, valuable wickets. And now it's the perfect time to hand the ball over to someone like Manav Naik and say, right, do your job, do your work.
Last ball of the final for Henschel. And it's a good one. It's big appeal. Umpire has a good think, says no. Dylan's having flashbacks into the 4th over, and it's 28 for 3.
excellent over as well. Just the 2 runs from it, picks up the wicket. The rate now is around 20. Is there a way back here for the Sunsucker Sultans to get back into this match? A few people in the chat saying that the captain, Waka Zafar, really has to stand tall. We know he's got the power, but has he got what it takes to really go after some of the bowling that's going to come here now? It looks like they're going to go with Akshay Rathore to go first. So they're not going to go to spin straight away here. Don't forget, they also have Thomas Arakswamy. So if seam and pace is working, they've got 2 perfect replacements to come on here. But a fine opening smell from both the openers.
Yeah, just kind of going with the run, saying pace is working. We think we've got another good option in Rathore. I think once there are 5 overs down, I think maybe you do have to start thinking about bowling your spinners, even if it's going well. But I think we talked about the options that Costa del Sol have at their disposal, the variety in their attack. Left arm spin, right arm spin, left arm pace, right arm pace. It's Rathore. First one off the inside half of the bat, cleaned up by Fiaz. Kind of getting to now or never already. I mean, we've seen before, 100 in the back end of an innings to win. You need something to happen and happen pretty quickly if you're the Sultans here. And also, you probably need Costa del Sol to kind of lose their marbles a little bit. Oh, full toss. I think it just died below the waist at the last moment, but it is down the leg side for a wide.
ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰੋ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੋਰਚੁਗਲ ਲਗਾਉਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਇੰਸਟਾਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵਾਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਜੋਏ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ.
So you start looking at where the gaps are in the outfield. You're kind of looking at cover, which isn't real strength of Kashaf. This one, variation and a good one. Another ball that beats the bat.
Very well bowled is the call. He wanted a wide here, I feel, did Kashif.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in the best angle. I mean, the line does belong to the bowler. Did seem to come back a little bit off the wicket as well. Ooh. Genuine bounce, that'll be a wide. Miles over the head of Iqbal. But, I mean, what he's doing well here, Rathore, I suppose, he's keeping the batter guessing. He's not allowing him to settle into a rhythm.
Correct. It's just what I was saying earlier, that the bowlers, the variations have been good. Okay, he bangs that in, it's gone over the head, it's a wide ball, has to be bowled again. But look, they're needing over 20 and over. They can afford the odd extra.
That time, I think he does lose the hand a little bit. But again, when they've missed Costa del Sol during the tournament, they've typically missed on the offside, and that's obviously not a bad spot to miss. All right, 3 wides in the over. Only 2 balls in. Here's Rathore. Again, slower ball. Couldn't make the pace. Looked like it hit the leg. Ball hits the stumps. Thinking about a second. And it's very good awareness, actually, for Kashaf there. After the deflection off the stumps, they'll get a second leg bite. So that'll be 2 to the total.
Yeah, very, very important. Remember in that first innings when I said to you, sometimes little things changed the way the match is going. So when Costa del Sol was struggling, they got the break with the drop catch that went to the boundary. And then after that, there was the 5 wides, which made all the difference. So that's the sort of break here that the Sultans are looking after. Right in the air, fielder after it, and holds on to the cat. And guess who? Well, there's only one man who's on fire at the moment, is Dylan Henshaw. He's bowled beautifully. He's batting, well, he reckons he's unlucky, but he is pumped. He's pumped for this. Takes the catch, and he sends another batter back into the dugout.
Well, we talked a lot about the emotion in this game, but I mean, the skills are so important. And for Henschel, they judged it perfectly. He knew exactly where he was on the field. He caught it in stride, knew he had room to continue running around that outfield. And I think it's a good reward for Rathore, who deserves that wicket. I know he's occasionally missed the mark, but he's kept the players off balance. I mean, that overthrow actually creates the wicket because Kashaf had to come back on the rack. 34 for 4.
You know, we've talked a lot about Manav Naik, who's been absolutely fantastic. And I think on paper, maybe you know, he is perhaps the player of the match. But Akshay Rathore is not that far behind. I think he's had a fantastic tournament.
Yeah.
He really has.
It's a good point, actually. He's got a few contributors in this final. Let's not forget also the work of Chaudhry with the bat. Fiaz has delivered with the ball in this final as well. New batter out there, Zahid Rafiq. Oh, well, this one gets through everybody, does it? It's going to be a little inside edge, I think, and runs away for 4. So, yeah, look, one thing about the Sultans, I'm going to go to the numbers, but they really haven't lost a lot of wickets this week. So we haven't had that good of a look at their middle order. They are only losing on average 3.5 wickets an innings. And in the last 3 matches, they've only lost 4 wickets combined. So someone like Rafiq, we haven't seen too much from this week. And obviously, it's a huge mountain to climb, 21 and over required.
Well, could that be the breakthrough? Could that be the start of something? Maybe, because this one is possibly going to go all the way. It does. Manos arriba from the árbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Oh, they desperately needed that at the end of the over. It is 44 for 4 as we welcome you into the commentary position and invite you to the final where it has to be said the Sultans have got it all to do. They've got to turn this round pretty rapidly.
It'd be a miracle if they could come back from here, but miracles happen on ECN. It's John Howden. It's great to have the support of Cricket España and, of course, the dignitaries coming in for the trophy ceremony afterwards. Hey, I want to take a moment to say it's been great to be back with you. Let's be honest, we never knew the next day we'd get to spend together in the commentary box. We've had hundreds for sure, and I know this season we might not get too much opportunity to work together because of the new setup, and typically it's one commentator, but I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure we have some more time together. And Rico, once again, you've done an outstanding job.
Well, it's great to be back, and it's always a pleasure to be with you. I know that wherever we go, the cricketers like us to be together, and I know that a lot of our viewers like to hear the sounds of us both together, so it's great to be back. It's great that European cricket is back, and it's probably great for Costa del Sol, that Manav Nayak is coming back.
Before you take me off, viewers, thank you as well for your support of this Spanish tour. Couldn't have done it without you. Right now, huge mountain to climb, but as they say, the biggest journey starts with the smallest step. But there's nothing small about that hit from Zafar. Too short from Nayak and belted out of the park for a Maximo.
Absolutely smashed. Hey, I'm quite surprised that you're still sat here next to me because, well, that's make it 2. Oh, great effort. Sensational effort that from Akshay Rathore. That would have been a catch and a half. He gets fingertips to it, but it goes all the way. 6 carreras más. Shaba. Well, are we seeing a turnaround here? It's still under 20. That's required. Yeah. Can you not smell the empanadas? What are you still doing here?
Yeah.
I thought you'd be gone. I thought you'd be munching empanadas.
Well, we talked about the potential of smelly vision the other day, and it wasn't a good idea. Well, now it is. Anyway, slider, quicker one there from Nayak, beats the bat.
Good comeback. Really good comeback. Captain, has to go ballistic here.
We have to take this position for the batting team. Oh, that's very clever bowling. It slowed it down, not in control of that. A slog sweep just to top edge for 1. So it's hard, obviously, to go at 20 and over, but you can definitely get 20 off and over. You got to just try and take that over magical. Treat it like the last.
Yeah.
And I know it's a bit like getting the lottery numbers lined up. Maybe you can get in a hot streak. Manav's come back well in this over, though, after consecutive 6s, just .11 off the next 3. Last ball to come in the 6th.
All about those variations. And a 6 here would keep him on track. Can they get it? Can the captain deliver?
Another quicker one. Played with a pretty straight bat that time by Zafar. Defended in the outfield, just a single. End of the over. I could come back again, showing maturity there. Nayak gets whacked a couple of times, doesn't lose his head. He ends up going for just 15 in the over. It's 59 for 4 after 6. 87 required off the last 4 overs.
It just goes to show how difficult a task this is for the Sultans. That seemed to be a pretty good over, but they only get 15 from it. I say only, you would normally say that's a good one, but they need over 20. So even with that 15, the rate just climbs up ever so slightly.
Here's the big left armer Thomas Rokiaswamy to bowl. Seems to have new headgear every day, does Thomas? I'm a man that changes colours myself every day, so I can relate to him there.
He must have known you would be wearing your red today, so he's put the red bandana on.
I'm wearing the red of España and the green of Andalusia. That's
and
what
also
I'm wearing today.
The red of Granada as well, it has to be said.
All right, here we go. Now or never really for the Sultans. This time it's pulled up in the air, holding up for a catch and gone. So Rokiaswamy strikes with his very first delivery. Zafar slightly late on the pull. Simple catch taken there in the circle. And the score, 59 for 5.
Yeah, well, I don't know about simple because catching for some teams has been an issue here today, but not for the Costa del Sol. And once again, clever bowling. They've done their homework. I know I've said this a number of times. The Costa del Sol haven't given the opposition anything to drive. They've been banging it in. They've got the field set, and it's another wicket. Now with the captain gone, I know I said it earlier when we saw the end of Kawa, I really don't think there's any way back here now. I think the Costa del Sol supporters are going to start celebrating early.
Yeah, it was Talim Chowdhury having a good game that took that catch as well at cover. Yeah, you look back at the start and Costa del Sol had a bit of a horror start, didn't they? But we also talked about the fact that 10 overs aside, it's longer than you think. And one thing that we are always seeing momentum changes. Majid's having a good tournament with the ball. Now he has to try and conjure something with the bat. Starts with a single.
Yeah, it's great to see a great atmosphere around this ground as well. I know some of the dignitaries are also in. I think the sports minister here in Granada has arrived.
I'm looking forward to that, and I'm sure the Sultans are looking forward to a few more runs as this is clipped away. And James Scott, well, I know he's got a nickname, Big S, but he looked like a big oldie there, didn't he, as he tried to get down to ground. Wasn't able to, maybe carrying a bit of extra baggage. But anyway, 4 carreras.
Maybe he beat you to the empanadas because he certainly was moving like he'd had one or two many empanadas. Here comes Thomas again.
Rokiaswamy's going to be tough to get after as well. And just think about who we haven't seen yet. I mean, we haven't seen Samir Naik bowl at all. I mean, Majid Ali took a 4 for the other day. He's probably not going to get an over at all. We haven't seen Rath Naika, who's a spin option as well. James Scott, again, has picked a few wickets up in the tournament. So, again, that depth. I talk about it a little bit as well, that quite often depth gets you into tournament winning positions because you can't rely on 1 or 2 to win you every game in the tournament. At some point, they're going to fail. You need others to step up, and certainly Costa del Sol, others have. This is up in the air. Will fall safely. Manav Nayak, fielder of the tournament, I think, without question as well. Now they're going to get an overthrow. They will. AJ actually does the backing up and then goes to throw to himself, but he wasn't there anymore at the keeper's end. Had a bit of the sting out of this game, I think, as that will take us to, or maybe the end of the over, or maybe one more ball. We'll just wait and see. But you once again want to thank all of the fans out there for your support and your continuing support of European cricket. Hello to Monica, who's watching from South America. Nice to have you with us. I think she's watching from Colombia. And it is still one to go for Rokiaswamy. To Majid. Gets across and tries to deflect, but once again, good bit of ground fielding there. Thinking of 2, but never really on. That'll be the end of the over. For reals this time, it's 67 for 5 after 7.
That's a cracking stop there from Samir. I mean, he's showing you that age is no barrier. He got down really quickly. And I think they might be saying, well, as you made the stop, maybe you can have an over. That was really well done. 67 for 5. Stop what looked certain to be gained to the boundary.
3 overs to go, and it's out of sight. Costa del Sol. Well, they obviously are a team that have made quite a few finals, even on ECN. They haven't won many. Never got the chance to play in a final, even though they were the top-rated team of the 2022 series in Khartoum because of the rain. So you'd say they deserve the ECN trophy, but also you got to feel for the Sultans. Finished top of the table on net run rate, albeit. But these were the 2 top teams all week. Their third meeting, obviously the one that decides the tournament, is Samir gets this one on the tram line, I think, and no call from the umpire. But yeah, these two, they've had some great battles this week. I know it's been a shortish series, but certainly no shortage of excitement. Majid walks at this one. If it hits, it would have been out, but throw misses. No chance of an overthrow. Maybe there is. No, there isn't. Just the single.
I can't believe that Wasim Majid is looking to take one for the overthrows. He barely just made it to the other end. If it hit, you're right, it would have been out.
Hey, I've got a random question, even though it's late in the piece. What are you going to do with your 4 days without ECN? What are you going to do with your weekend? I can tell you what I'm doing. I'm taking a couple of days to see some of my old friends in Malaga.
Are you now?
Including Don Mundo from the Empanada shop.
Well, that's
including
no surprise.
the staff at Sunset Beach Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some of the cricket community as well. Slowest ball ever from Nayak, and it gets a wicket. Well, had time to read a book before that arrived, did Rafiq, but he gets a splinter on it. Nice catch by James behind the stumps. AJ does the rest, and it's 68 for 6.
Well, Samir said his great bit of fielding allowed him to get an over. The captain said, go on then, said James Scott, since you made a great stop and saved 4 runs. And Samir takes the wicket. What a lovely moment that is there. Samir, Papa, Manav, Hijo. It is National Father's Day. And father and son just sharing a moment there. It's absolutely wonderful, isn't it? And what a great Father's Day they're going to celebrate later today. Manav Naik and Samir. Sí, feliz Día de Padre, porque es Día de Padre aquí in España. And Samir, he's happy. 68 for 6.
It's almost like the ball's a yo-yo, and if you want, he could just yank the string and bring it back. He's just very good at bowling that slower, kind of above the eye line one. That's a quicker one, though. Oh, brought the slip in. Tried to catch it with his foot, which is a novel idea. Fiaz, the big fast bowler. Don't know how he ended up there, but yeah, it's with a heavy heart we leave Granada so soon. I'd love to spend some more time here.
Yeah, well, give my regards to everybody at Sunset Beach and Don Mundo. And well, maybe we'll have the rewind on for a couple of days. I know there's a big demand for it.
Definitely is. More cricket, the better. Of course, I was showing ECL 25 in the rewinds before this started. So it takes off with the hit. But James Scott, well, finally remembered how to bend over. Not sure what experience he's got, but that will be the end of the over. It's 69 for 6. Yeah, and Phil and then Tina later in the week, best of luck to them. I hope that they have a great start. We're here to support you however possible. We're looking forward to that Challenger division in Portugal. It was so successful last year when we split Portugal into 2 divisions. And that will be starting Tuesday. So Tuesday, and an hour later than we've been starting here regularly. So it'll be 9:30 a.m. GMT, 10:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. Arokia Swami looks like he's going to bowl the 9th. But really, they can bowl anyone right now. Over 6 a ball required. Eunice, just mentioned, he doesn't look quite fully fit to me compared to last year. We saw flashes of his brilliance, his unusuality, which I know isn't a word, but it's what I'm going for to describe him because he's not standard himself. Let's see if he can pull a couple of big shots out. Clips away at Henschel. Again, he's had ants in his pants today, hasn't he? Again, a bit over-aggressive. Tries to break AJ's fingers, but in the end, it's only a run.
Only a run indeed. Yeah, muchas felicidades por Costa del Sol, porque ellos, ese equipo, jugando muy bien en todo el torneo.
Wow, that's a brilliant shot. He basically gave up his stumps and said, hit him if you can, beat the bat if you can. But Majid, once again, Kojak coming to the party. He takes off middle stump, glances it away for 4.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still wearing his shades. We might be able to spot if he is or not. But yeah, gets that away. You got a feel for Sonseca, like you said. But look, I have to say they played some very good cricket. They've been very entertaining, but it just hasn't happened for them in the final here.
Can I also say that Wasim Majid, he was a good calming influence. I mean, tempers have been flaring at times during this final. I loved that moment between Majid and James Scott a moment ago when he was coming on the field, just, hand on the shoulder saying, hey, good luck. in the end, both teams want to win. I mean, this is ECS cricket. We're so happy to have it back. And it's natural. There's human emotions here. I mean, the players are being put to the ultimate test with the format, with the attention, with the scrutiny they're getting. Everyone giving their feedback on every movement they make. So I think it's important to bear that in mind sometimes. Remember, these are human beings. That's clipped away. Henschel hunting it. He has stopped that. Does well to keep that in the field of play. And they will end up with 2 runs. Yeah. So, yeah, and that goes to the umpires as well, you know, who I think have done a great job. Again, they haven't had the kind of outs that they often have on ECN, but I think they've been magnificent as well. All the organisers here have been wonderful. All the officials, the host club Granada, CC, have been magnificent. And I would recommend to anyone that if you are a cricket club and you're looking for somewhere to play, the Goval, the Granada Oval, is unlike anywhere I've ever been, and I would thoroughly recommend it. End of the 9th over, last over of this ECS to come at 78 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to come to a place where you genuinely feel the hospitality of Andalusia. We know that Andalusia is a wonderful place to visit. Well, Granada is the city to come to. It's been absolutely fantastic. The views surrounding here, as Chloe's showing you and Chloe Cam, are absolutely amazing. But so friendly here. You've got a lovely bar. Paddy's done a great job. Got to say big thank you for Paddy for looking after us. The atmosphere is great. Spectators watching the game, enjoying some food, enjoying some comida también, and a few drinks. That's a no ball was too high, will be called very early. And it's nice to see that we're going to see James Scott have a bowl. Well, maybe those empanadas have been digested by now. He's a favourite here. He's got a lot of support. Let's see if he can pick up a wicket or two. Well, that was the free hit, and that's not going to be stopped. That will go to the boundary. Put him up in the air like you just don't care. There's Albitro Naveed. Done a great job. Naveed, Ejaz, Andrew Elliott, who's now known as the Scarecrow by many people. Itifak Ahmed also was out there in the middle. But a big thank you to Cricket Hispania. I know that John Howden, the CEO, is here. They've been absolutely brilliant in organising things here. A big thank you to Granada Cricket Club, not just for the way they played, very entertaining, very sporting, but the way they've looked after us. It has really been a lovely few days.
It certainly has. Well said, Rico. Well, it's funny, Scott seemed to be affected by gravity when he was fielding, but not when he was bowling, because that first one never came down. This one pretty much bowled straight into the pitch. So let's see if the big S can come good. Right now, it will be gone. Well, there's the wicket, and James Scott, if he had a natural hair colour, it'd be a little ginger, I think, because he's looking sore after 4 days of cricket. But Henschel, he stood and took a fairly comfortable shoulder-high catch. It's the end of Yunus for 11, and Costa del Sol, they can soak it up in a spicy encounter. They've come out on top. It's 87 for 7.
And, you know, the message here for me, and again to the youngsters watching, if things don't go well for you in one element of the game, in one discipline, don't let your head go down. And Dylan is a great example of that. He was caught behind on 0 without scoring, but he still gave 100% with the ball, took 2 wickets, and he's taken about 3 catches in the field. It really has. So it's a good example to any of the youngsters watching. Just because something doesn't go well for you, one part of the game, don't let it affect the other part. And tremendous inspiration to all of those youngsters out there from Dylan Henschel.
Yeah, that's true. Provide a counterpoint, though, as this is up, and that will be out of the ground. Maximo to Majid. Nice shot. And also, I think it's important to say that Dylan, he did let himself down, I think, in the first half. Whether the decision was right or it wasn't right, I think you have to respect the umpire's decision. There may be some consequences coming for him with respect to that. And I think it's important to remember cricket's an 11-on-11 game. It's not a one-person game, and so it happens to everyone. It's happened to me. It's happened to you, Rico, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
And that, it's an imperfect game. Played by imperfect people. So, that's something I think that Dylan won't look back kindly on. But as far as his performance in the second innings, he's kept his emotions in check. He's delivered. Majid trying to get his team up over the 100. Won't quite do that. So last ball coming up. And there's Manav Nayak on screen. Hasn't he been a brilliant performer this week? It's James Scott to finish off. It will finish with a short ball up in the air. It lands. And Costa del Sol, they have landed as well. And what a way to finish a direct hit run out. And that caps things off. And fittingly, it's Manav Nayak that hits the stumps. And the Sultans, another year, another disappointment for them as they crash out in second place. But still, I've loved the tussle. I've loved the fire. I've loved the passion of these two teams. But it's Costa del Sol Cricket Club that win the first ever European Cricket Series here in Granada.
बहुत बताया Costa del Sol अपने champions बन गए Granada with felicidades to Costa del Sol, and nobody can deny them their victory. Both teams, it has to be said, the Sonseca Sultans and Costa del Sol, were worthy of being in this final. But what it came down to was a team that were polished on the day, the team that made it count with the bat, with the ball, and more importantly, and I think a lot of people will agree, in the field. They were sensational in the field. They backed each other's up. If somebody didn't perform well with the bat, somebody else came out and did the job. If somebody didn't perform with the ball, somebody stepped up. And whenever they needed a bit of inspiration, the fielders provided that. Solid team performance, and the deserved champions here for the first time in Granada.
It was a gripping cricket match, even though, okay, the margin in the end maybe doesn't tell the whole story. 50 runs between these two teams. But, you know, I think it's really important to remember, you know, especially in this part of the country, there's not that many cricket teams. So you have to respect your differences. I think, you know, let's be honest, tempers flared during that game at times. I think that there's quite a few people that probably, if they had their time over again, may have done things differently. But in the end, this is the way a cricket match should end, with handshakes and also a very good ovation from this healthy crowd at the Granada Oval from both teams. I think it was a final that didn't look that close in margin, but two teams that were super close. Another day, the Sultans, they could be walking away as the winners. But in the end, you know, I think a huge effort from both teams and a huge effort from all teams, really, in our first ever ECS in Granada.
Yeah, very well done. Well, you saw that there were applause, handshakes, and even the wagging tail from Wolfie. Wolfie, the local dog. It's lovely scenes that. Teams appreciating each other, appreciating that it's been a quality tournament with great cricket being played, lots of action. And today, any one of these two teams could have been victorious, but it was Costa del Sol that shone when they had to, with some great individual performances from some of their players.
Yeah, well, the clock's down to 0. That's because we're out of cricket here in Granada, but not often we have days off, but obviously we come off a long stretch off. We've learnt a lot. I mean, I know you joined us about a week ago, but we've come so far in just, it's 10 days of cricket. And I've got to say, huge thanks has to go to Christoph, who's here, pressing the buttons. We've got Mars. We've got, obviously, Chloe. It's the end of her stretch. She's been brilliant on the new camera as well, to all the crew behind the scenes as well. It's been such a huge team effort to get ECN back, and these first two European Cricket Series, I think it's just reminded me, there's such a big appetite for this format from the players, from the viewers around the world. It's unlike any type of cricket in the world, and I'm just so glad. Feels like the world's turning again, doesn't it, that ECN is back live.
Yeah, I mean, you can just sense the joy from the players. We can sense the joy from people that are watching whenever and wherever they're watching from around the world. It's just been absolutely superb, and it's great that people have come on board. It's a slightly new look. Things are slightly different, but you know what? The energy, the excitement, and the dynamics of European cricket is still there. And I think that was beautifully captured here in Granada.
Yeah, definitely. And I know we'll be doing our best to review these matches that we've had. What have we had? We had 37 matches now.
Yeah.
And what can we do better? What can we improve for you? Okay, one thing that's for sure is we haven't given up. that's really clear. A lot of people ask me, when are you coming back? What's going on? Will there be European cricket? Will there be ECN? We miss it. I mean, obviously, we miss bringing it to you as well, and it's been awesome even to get back with you once again.
Brilliant.
It's a bit emotional, really.
It's been absolutely wonderful. And you know what? It is National Laughter Day, and I hope not only have you enjoyed the cricket and the action in the middle, but we've given you one or two things to laugh about as well, because as we know, that laughter is the best medicine possible.
That's absolutely right. We're going to let you go for a little while, but we are planning to bring the trophy ceremony, so please feel free to stick around for that. Of course, I hope you have a great 4 days off, of live cricket at least on ECN. Maybe we'll have some rewinds up. But the next cricket live will be Tuesday, okay? It will be Tuesday, the 24th of March, so just in 5 days' time. And it will start at 9:30 a.m. GMT. That's 9:30 in Portugal. That's 10:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. 4 matches a day. We'll have back-to-back European cricket series, the Challenger Division for 6 days, the Premier Division for 6 days, and the next time I will be on the network will be for finals day of that Premier Division with Phil, and then we have 5 days of T20Is, a really good tri-series coming up, spicy one I think between Portugal, France and Norway, all competing for ICC points. And Rico, I'm not sure when we'll see you next, but I think it will likely be the weekend of the 17th, 18th, 19th April with the first ever ECN Juan Rodriguez Trophy in La Manga. So I know it could be a little bit of a break, maybe about a month, but hopefully you enjoy it, and we'll have you back very soon, as soon as you can.
Definitely looking forward to it. Plenty of cricket happening, and you never know, that schedule will change. I think that schedule will change pretty quickly. I think more countries will come on board because, well, as we're hearing and as we're seeing, people are loving what's happening at the moment on the European Cricket Network.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll leave it there. If you'd like to stick around, we'll have a few minutes kind of break from too much happening on the broadcast, and then we'll bring you back for the trophy ceremony. But for now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. So nice to be back here in the chair. On behalf of Rico Full, the Mini Blue crew, and everyone here in Granada, we'll see you soon for the trophy. And then, of course, Tuesday, we'll be back with more European cricket. Hasta pronto.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the But as I said on the weekend in Madrid, one thing that firstly, I want to acknowledge the and for your organisational skills that have had way to be here as well, and obviously Costa del Sol. In the European Cricket Series.
No, I don't. No, it's coming off. I don't know why.
CC, my first time here. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah, no. It's turning off all the time.
I didn't realise it'd be here the whole week, but we. Behind the bar, but really, you're such a great bunch of characters.
I think we use your camera, Chloe, so maybe you step closer.
Again, so to all the team at Granada. And must also mention our support that we get from our partners, and so we are very, very thankful to Rado, our official timekeeper, and also, if you can, we'd love for you to donate a meal to share the meal from the United Nations World Food Program. I know they've done amazing work in tackling hunger, which of course is one of the biggest issues facing the world. Also, I've got to say a big thank you to the Mini Blue crew. Chloe, you've done a great job. We picked up Chloe. She's worked really, really hard to capture an extra element of the action. And so obviously, Chloe, wishing you the best, and you'll be hard to replace, put it that way. But to Chris, who's been pushing the buttons, learning on the job, to Mars, who's done a great job coordinating things, and of course, my offsider, Rico. I know you back as well. Again, Rico, he's been sleeping on a couch the last couple to all of my colleagues, and of course all of you out there at HQ and all the supporters, a big thank you once again. Let's hear it for everyone that has to have this tour of Spain. Also, I've got to mention the officials here. Karina, thank you for your work. I had the pleasure of scoring with you the other day. Muchas gracias por su trabajo. Por supuesto, to John Howden and Cricket España, of course, as well. We couldn't do what we do without the support of Cricket España, and honestly, we're partners through thick and thin. Hopefully more thick than thin coming up as well, John. So a big thank you to Cricket España. I've got to mention as well, yes, let's hear it for Cricket España. Watch this space. And also, I should mention that the umpires have done such a wonderful job, again, having to adapt. The men in purple, I suppose, have done a really, really great job in keeping things under control. It's always tough when there's this level of scrutiny, but I've loved the way you've worked together, and especially to do 2 weeks, which some of you have done, is a big effort. So let's hear it from the umpires for doing another great job in this European Cricket Series. Also, I want to say it's a pleasure to have Juan Carlos here. Juan Carlos, bienvenidos. Estoy muy emocionados para estar aquí. Es nuestra primera vez aquí en Granada, la primera serie en Granada también, y esperamos poder volver posiblemente más tarde esta temporada o el año que viene. Muchas gracias por su apoyo y espero que verte otra vez. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Don't try and put subtitles on that, because it probably won't translate. Anyway, I do want to acknowledge, obviously, in fourth place, Granada CC.
Again, plenty of personal highlights. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Richie was down this time yesterday, certainly providing us a fair bit of entertainment. But seriously, you've been great hosts. To finish in 4th, you did get a win along the way. I want to congratulate you on your 4th place. Congratulations. Madrid United, Espartas, again, huge effort having to, organise players coming from Madrid 4 hours on the road to be here. But again, hopefully this has been a great experience for your cricket. I know that typically you are having to travel a long way to play, and that just shows the sacrifices. Again, did pick up a win along the way. It just wasn't your week, and a brave effort this morning as well. So let's hear it. In 3rd place, Madrid United, Espartas. To the runners-up, well, the Sultans, again, a team that I think our viewers love to see, because not only do you look great, but you're a really great team to watch. You're very attacking, you've got your own way you play the game, you stick to your guns, and I think that won you a lot of games this week. I think you'll know, as you found out last year and I suppose today, in one game of T10 anything's possible, especially when the teams are so evenly matched. But I once again want to congratulate you on your teamwork. The fact that you're even able to get together as an 11 I think is very special. Playing the same 11 every game is a big effort as well. So congratulations on your runners-up. One up from last year. Hopefully next year you can hold all the way. Don't Sultans in 2nd place. What we might do here, Juan Carlos, if you'd like to come forward, he's got the trophy, Costa del Sol, if you'd like to come forward, or Andrew, in particular, Andrew James. Once again, just to remind everyone out there that we have 4 days off, but we will have a tour of Portugal starting on Tuesday, and it'll be a European Cricket Series from the SCG, you heard me right, the SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal, with the Challenger Series for 6 days, and then the Premier Series. Then we've got 5 days of T20Is, Portugal, France and Norway. So plenty of great cricket to come. Thank you once again. Muchas gracias por venir aquí. And now I'd like you to hand over the trophy to Andrew James from Costa del Sol. Once again for coming, have a safe journey home, and let's hope it's just the beginning of another exciting era of European cricket. Thank you and good night. Muchas gracias, and we'll see you next Tuesday in Portugal for the next European Cricket Series. Hasta pronto. Great stuff. Great stuff.